Good evening, class. How's it going? There I am. I wasn't there for a second. Welcome on in, everybody. How's it going tonight? Welcome on in, Dan, Megami, Andy, Psycho Volpez, Riley. Maybe not. How's everybody doing? Hope you are all well. Hope you had a great weekend and are having a good Monday so far. Also, the guess earlier from Psycho Volpez is correct. The music in the background is indeed Zeliard, developed by Game Arts, who would later go on to develop things like Lunar and Grandia, and prior to this had developed things like Sylphied. It was a PC-88 kind of Metroidvania-style 2D action-adventure that got ported by Sierra Online to DOS computers in 1990. So while this is a PC-88 game, it's one that Western gamers actually have a pretty good chance at knowing, because it's not a Andalusia Dragoon. I mean, Game Arts developed a lot of good games. You've seen me play one of Game Arts' NES games, which is Faria, A World of Mystery and Danger, which is a game I honestly can't recommend. Hey, Hiyori, how you doing? I can't really recommend Faria, but I can't stop thinking about it. I really liked it, but it's not very good, which is a weirdly frustrating place to be with a game. Oh, you have the same Quattro adventure cart. I couldn't not pick that up when I saw it. Here, let me put that on screen for everybody to see, because you need to understand what kind of cartridge we are talking about here. It is a very unusual NES cart. For one, it's all gold, which is a little strange. But this is called the Quattro Adventure Cart because it contains 4 entire video games, all programmed by Codemasters. Codemasters are a British dev team founded by 2 guys whose names I don't remember, circa 1986. Yeah, very similar to the gold used for Zelda, but much cheaper looking. Hey, thank you for the streak, Red Grapes. So I'll get to that in a second, Riley, because there are switches on the back of these cartridges, and I've actually had to flip one for a game to work. These are unlicensed games. Let me get a picture of the cartridge itself. Meaning Nintendo did not put their seal of quality on these. These were developed by Codemasters and published in the US and Canada by a company called Camerica. And they're very strange. So Codemasters nowadays, and for quite a long time frankly, have been really known for their rally racing games, including like the Colin McRae Rally series. Right, back in those days, they were best known as the people who developed the Game Genie. And the Game Genie was not officially licensed either, and I believe there was a court case over it. The kind of star of this cartridge is Dizzy. Treasure Island Dizzy. Dizzy was a popular mascot type character mainly in Britain. Yep, they were also responsible for the Aladdin Deck Enhancer, which turns out you can still get brand new for really cheap on eBay. I'm not picking one up because my primary NES that I use is an AV Famicom, which might have the same problem that the Aladdin Deck Enhancer has with top loaders, which is that it could fry it. Right, it was an attempt at that, Natsume. It didn't really pan out. Let me find another picture of these cartridges, because the back of them is really quite funny, because on the back of these cartridges, there is a little dip switch. It's a tiny exposed PCB that says, do not drop, do not get wet, do not leave in direct sunlight. Position B, only use this position if the game does not work with position A, and then position A. I think this had to do with the model of your NES and the style of lockout chip it may have contained. That's only a guess on my part. I don't know what it actually does. Let me find a picture of it for you. Right, if it contradicts your lockout chip. Let me get a picture up for you. There you go. Not my picture, just grabbed off Google. You can see there is a little toggle switch on the back of these cartridges, and a slightly odd raised bump, which makes them not stack very nicely in a pile of games, which is very annoying. Upgrade your NES. That's so funny. Also, hello, Bones. Also, my cat is coming to say hi. He's getting in my way. But yeah, I have two of these Codemasters Camerica Gold cartridges. One being Quattro's Adventure. There's also a Quattro Sports cartridge, which I have not found yet. These are not uncommon games. They're not very expensive. I think I paid $10 for each of these. The other one I have is a standalone cartridge that only contains the fantastic adventures of Dizzy. Dizzy being that strapping egg lad you see in the bottom left corner there. I haven't downloaded more RAM for my NES yet. No, Generium. I should. But yeah, unlicensed NES carts, the ones most people are familiar with are the black Tengen cartridges, which look visually upside down compared to typical NES carts, which is quite funny. Those were actually produced by Atari. Yes, the most popular egg in all of Britain. Well, I will sing something in a minute, Hiyori. But oh yes, what is your request? I will honor it if I can. I did not know that, Riley. Dizzy is going straight to the danger zone. I can certainly do that. Give me 1 minute here. Pause Zeliard there. I have played a little of these. I've got to tell you, Dizzy is... it's gonna be something. And I've got the manual for both of these up too. So we'll have fun looking through those. Revving up your engine, listen to our howling roar. Metal under tension, begging you to touch and go. Highway to the danger zone. Right into the danger zone. Heading into twilight, spreading out her wings tonight. She got you jumping off the deck, shoving into overdrive. Highway to the danger zone. I'll take you right into the danger zone. They never say hello to you till you get it on the red line overload. You'll never know what you can do till you get it up as high as you can go. There we go, little Kenny Loggins for you. I've got to say, it's really fun to be able to do that. Out along the edge is always where I burn to be. Further on the edge, the hotter the intensity. Highway to the danger zone. Gonna take you right into the danger zone. Highway to the danger zone. Right into the danger zone. zone. Hello, Nekasune. Highway to the danger zone. I'm gonna take you right into the danger zone. Highway to the danger zone. Right into the danger zone. Highway to the danger zone. Gonna take you right into the danger zone. Highway to the danger zone. Right into the danger zone. Thank you for the karaoke, Hiyori. Also, I know the exact part you are talking about, Lumika. We'll see it, don't you worry. Now, I'm sure a bunch of you know British games from this time period do not have the best reputation. And by that I mean I don't like them for the most part. Euro platformer and to an extent Euro shmup are often both used pejoratively. And I have done that. It's got a little bit of that ZX Spectrum flavor about it. They love you to collect doodads. The thing I found with British games from this time period is they are often very technically competent, as in they are programmed very well. They typically animate really well, have good music with a heavy focus on like arpeggiation to create kind of a more polyphonic sound than you otherwise could do. A lot of these things come as holdovers of development on platforms like the Commodore 64, the ZX Spectrum, the BBC Micro, the Amstrad CPC, 8-bit machines that had a lot, the Atari 8-bit line as well. Machines that had quite a lot of power in strange ways, and smooth scrolling was not one of them. Ooh, what game, Hiyori? So there's a distinct feel to British games. I have played Astyanax. I beat it on stream, in fact. I really like it. Plays a lot like the legendary Axe on TurboGrafx 16. I need to make sure it's uploaded. I kind of want to play that one again on stream just because it's a lot of fun. And this time it wouldn't take, 8 hours instead of... It would not take 8 hours. That was a lot of fun. Right, single-screen puzzle platformer is not a bad concept. Now, none of these... Well, Boomerang Kid is sort of a single-screen puzzle platformer. We'll get to it. You know what? Let's read the manual for the 4-in-1 game cartridge, and I'm going to leave Dizzy for last. So you've got to leave the best for last. I do not have the Aladdin deck enhancer. This is on the Quattro 4-in-1 cart. One of these Skullcra. I've thought about buying a deck enhancer, but it might not work with my primary NES. It probably would work with my original, US NES, but there's no guarantee that it would. So there we go. All right, let's read this manual. The deck enhancer is indeed a placebo. It does not grant you anything special. This manual's seen better days. This was the best one that I could find online. It's quite crispy looking, so we're going to do our best to read it. But I love that it says, by using ultra-large memory chips, we are able to bring you 4 full-sized games on one cartridge. The first thing you'll need to do when you power on is select which game you want to activate. Use the select button to point the arrow on screen at the game you want to play. Oh, 1-900 numbers were a big thing, Howell. That's how a lot of these companies made money, and how my brother got in a big trouble as a kid for calling one of those numbers for helping a Nintendo game. Yeah, let's call the helpline now. They were very expensive. I mean, I feel like people don't appreciate how expensive telephone calls were in general up until pretty recently, historically. Like, how many of you remember having to make long-distance calls? Because, I mean, that hasn't been a thing for a long time. But even into the 2000s, phone calls were expensive. To the point that when my older brother first moved away for college, it was a long-distance call. So if we wanted to, we had a system of like a number of rings where he would know to pick up or not. Because you could essentially use it as a means of, you know, informing somebody of something without actually incurring the cost of the call. It was pretty funny. I also love that they're advertising ultra large memory chips. I don't think any of these games are particularly large. I could open up the cartridge and see like what kind of ROM chips are on there. Maybe I'll do that another day and post some pictures of it, because that would be kind of fun. Then, yeah, you choose your game. First game here. Oh, I can only imagine, Dan. But I mean, imagine calling and what you think is Mean Gene picks up. Oh, that's awful, Eddie. They just got absolutely slammed for long-distance call fees. Treasure Island Dizzy is bullshit. I get the feeling that the Dizzy series is something people have very strong opinions on. I have both Treasure Island Dizzy on this cartridge and a separate cartridge containing only the Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy. So we're gonna get Dizzy tonight, don't you worry. We're gonna see, does British gaming's mascot from this time period stand the test of time? I don't know. There's always a look to Euro platformers. I don't know how to describe it. But one look at these games and you know, oh, these were programmed in England. There's not even doubt. Wait, you can drop the snorkel? Oh, I'm excited now. But let's see, for Boomerang Kid. Boomerang Kid, trademark, was lost by his parents on a camping trip to the outback. Luckily, an Aborigines tribe found him and saved him from being a dingo's dinner. The Aborigines raised him as one of their own and taught him the ways of survival in the outback. Snapping alligators, hungry dingoes, and cute koalas, Boomerang Kid learned about all the animals in the outback and studied their movements. He also learned to find his way around the treacherous terrain that was now his home. Now that Boomerang Kid is older, he wants to repay the Aborigines, so when their boomerang store is raided, he sets out to find them, vowing not to return until he has every single one. So you don't actually use a boomerang in this game, you're just picking them up. You know, you look at that cover art and think, oh cool, I'm gonna be a kid in the outback throwing boomerangs. No, not at all. I think it's some just strange, they decided, you know what, an egg can be a mascot character. Why not? Then, about the game. Boomerang Kid has been given the task of collecting all of the boomerangs from 3 different worlds. The Outback, the Castles, and the Caves. Now, I haven't been to Australia. I don't know that it's famous for castles out in the Outback. Just a hunch. Yeah, right, he's obviously about to throw it. To make the task more difficult, there are many traps and puzzles and deadly creatures, too. That's true, it's Australia. Day's been good so far, Skullcrow. It's like calling Mario Coin Man Starman. What came first, the hat or the voice? For me, definitely the voice. Each of the worlds are divided into rooms. There are 10 in each world, although Boomerang Kid only has to pass through 6 of them. At the end of each one, he has a choice of which way to go. That's a neat level structure. Boomerangs are collected by running or jumping through them. All of them must be collected for Boomerang Kid to leave the room. And we've got Boomerang Kid and his dog, Toby. What do you want to bet the dog does not feature in the game in any meaningful way at all? And then creatures. Creatures come in various forms. All are deadly upon contact. Hint, beware of scenery which comes to life. All right. There are various types of tricky platforms. Conveyor belts. These will move Boomerang Kid sideways unless he's moving in an opposite direction when he lands on them. Crumbling platforms. These disintegrate when Boomerang Kid is on them. It isn't always obvious which ones will disintegrate. Cool. Switches. Some rooms contain switches which have various effects when pushed. Some rooms contain tunnels which transport Boomerang Kid to other parts of the room. And springs will throw you high into the air. We also have text here very poorly overlaid on the screen that just says, "Watch out for the frog." Also, good luck, Skulker. I hope it went well. Oh, absolutely, Dan. People loved it. People still do. We've got Kicker the kangaroo up there. Howard the dingo. You can tell they were just doodling. And we're like, give him a name. Timer. Each room must be completed within a time limit. When you exit a room, you are awarded bonus points for each unit of remaining time. Dingo ate my boomerang. You start the game with 3 lives. Boomerang Kid will lose a life by falling too far or falling down a pit. All right, we got Spelunker-style deaths. Hey, Nanara, how's it going? He'll lose a life by falling too far, falling down a pit, falling into water or lava, running into a creature, and by running out of time. An extra life is given at the end of each world. It's a documentary, for sure. And then controls. Boomerang Kid can run left and right and jump. The longer button A is held down, the further he jumps. Hint, be careful not to fall too far. Boomerang Kid will fucking die. I wish it said that. I wish the manual was written in the style of, like, how an Aussie would speak to you about it. But that's it. The rest of the manual goes on to Super Robin Hood. So you know what? We're gonna read the manual on a per game basis. Also, hello, Pinky. How you doing? Australians didn't exist when this game was made. They couldn't possibly have narrated it for you. All right. Let us begin. Oh, and let me get the cute little one out here. Is the game not working? Oh, you know what? There probably are people who are sad that Dizzy was never nominated for Smash. You know, good old Dizzy Egg never made it to Smash Brothers. I might need to flip the switch. We'll see. Give me a second here. Yeah, Banjo got in. That should be enough. Oh, we're getting different colors at least. This cartridge also fits extremely snugly into the cartridge adapter, which is probably not good. Oh, we're almost there. Well, I totally died. Hold on. Having some technical difficulties here. I need to reset my main webcam here. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, the little guy's still working. We're almost there. It's really funny the way it's you know what, it couldn't really make these games worse, could it? I don't think it could, at least. So there we go. Now my model's working again. There we go. Isn't your favorite game, Quat P9 Advent type? This is fine. I'll sing something in a sec. In a sec, Pinky. Oh, know what? Given that we're gonna play Boomerang Kid, I know what to sing. It reappears. Night after night, my heartbeat shows the fear. Goes to appear and fade away. Appear and fade away. Go disappear and fade away. All right. I believe I have the cartridge working now. Let us see. How is Boomerang Kid? We're going to go in the order of the manual. Except for Dizzy, we're going to put Dizzy last. I hadn't actually picked up my NES controller. Right, Codemasters. Absolutely brilliant. Hold on. Sound is coming out of the wrong spot for me. Give me 1 sec to fix that. I am having a few audio issues. Can you hear the game? There we go. Okay, it wasn't working quite right for me. Now it is. And you can still hear it? All right, good. Yeah, you can hear it's doing that very British sound thing with heavy arpeggiation. So get ready for the Outback. And there we are, Boomerang Kid. Now, as the manual told us, absolutely everything kills us. So I have to assume that snake will kill me. Okay, falling off a platform, you have no forward momentum. You simply fall straight down. That's good to know. Let's see, Shark City or Platypus Place? Where do I want to go? I'm thinking Platypus Place. I'm hearing Shark City, though. So I noticed my chat is half off the screen. Let me fix that. Give me 1 second there. There we go. Shark City. Oh, I can see why it's called that. Now, it should let me throw the boomerang after I pick it up. That would be fun. Also, I think I need to make those as small jumps so as to not die. Cliff Edge Corner or Koala Bear Creek? Now, class, I think I've gone on rants before about how much I hate koalas. They are loathsome, terrible little evolutionary dead ends, and we should let them die. I hate them. I really do. They are awful. They all have chlamydia. They are so stupid that if you take leaves off the eucalyptus tree and present them to them, they're so dumb they don't know that they're food. Eucalyptus also gives them no nutritional value at all. They just eat it for like 18 hours a day and are just high. They're so stupid. Their brains are literally smooth. We should not be helping them survive. We should simply allow them to die out on their own. It's just... Come on. Why are we putting... I know that, conservation is good. Right, they're the Australian panda. Well, we're going to Koala Bear Creek, and hopefully I can kill some of them. Those don't even look like koala. Koala just get a pass internationally because they're cute. That's it. They have no redeeming qualities as animals. Oh, that was a gator. I didn't see it. I know that makes me sound stupid, but... Now, the manual didn't mention anything about continues. Also, I'm very surprised to see that these seconds appear to actually be seconds and not, vague schmeckins. Oh, come on! I didn't clear the kangaroo on the jump. There we go. I bet speedruns of this game must go nuts. There we go. Shark Fin Creek or Crocodile Rock? Elton John or Soup? Which way are we going? I'm thinking Shark Fin Creek. That's just my my personal preference here. 6 minutes, 5 seconds. Good Lord. Right. Well, then it would have looked like, you know, Twitch was out to protect koalas. Oh, game over. Oh, is that just... Oh, it's just game over, game over. I didn't even make the scoreboard. Let's try again. It's that kind of game, isn't it? Whoops. All right. I wonder how far can you drop before you die? We went to Shark City last time and it was pretty easy. Let's go there again. I wonder, should I just learn to become a speedrunner for this janky old unlicensed game? Go to Cliff Edge Corner this time because I don't like koalas. Okay, so the kangaroos jump. Okay, I can make a drop of that height. But probably not one of this height. Oh, I can. Can I make... Alright. Oh, God. Okay, that was too far. How do I get down? 6 minutes. That's nuts, because it's what? A minimum of 18 levels? If I was understanding the manual correctly, there are 30, but you only need to go through 18 to clear it. Can I fall onto the door? No. That answers that. I thought, you know, maybe. Nope. Oh, God. Current hat hierarchy. Explain, Pinky. Oh, I should have gotten a PNG of one of those silly Australian mosquito hats. You know, the kind that have the cork coming off of it to, I guess, keep mosquitoes away. Let's see, let's do Platypus Place this time. Well, this one looks more challenging than Shark City. What's the speedrunner route? What's their idealized set of levels to go through? Also, I know these are supposed to be snakes, but they look like weird earthworms to me. Like, that's what I'm seeing when I look at them. That's too far to drop, apparently. So it looks like 2 body heights is deadly, 1.5 is still okay. You know what? I don't actually dislike this game at all. I'm kind of here for it. Reminds me a lot of, you know, like an old arcade single screen platformer type game. There we go. Had to let myself down gently. I want to figure out how Cliff Edge Corner works. I died here last time, so I can make those drops. So I don't have an Action 52. I kind of wish that I did. Psycho Volpez. Oh, I see it now. I see it now. I mean, I would love to have an Action 52 cartridge just purely for the historical value. But mostly because the story behind that game's development is super interesting. And I'm going to go so far as to say you can't really blame the developers for how that game turned out so much as the publishers. Oh, okay, you can do that. Because the developers had never made an NES game before, were given only a couple weeks, excuse me, of tutelage by a developer in Utah who it's almost positive were the ones who developed the 1991 Star Wars NES game. Not the Scorpion Vader one, but the one that I hate. Which isn't that terrible, honestly, but it's not very good. And there's tons and tons and tons of redundant code in Action 52. A channel I know I've proselytized for a great many times here on YouTube is called Displaced Gamers. And he has a series of videos doing deep dives into the code contained within Action 52. So while they are unquestionably an incompetent final product, I wouldn't blame the developers all that much for that. Now, this is not to say that Cheetah Men is misunderstood. It looks really bad, and it is. But the reason that it's bad is more interesting than just, this is a bad game. Do you know what I mean? So I am not prepared to spend the amount of money in Action 52 cart commands these days. I mean, they've always been expensive. They were $200 brand new. They did want to make Cheetah Men a franchise. And I can't really blame them, because at the time, you know, anthropomorphized animals were all the rage. Oh, this is a crumbling platform. You can see it beginning to crumble under my feet. There we go. Right, Pokemon's code. Ooh, Jagged Jungle or Kangaroo Corner? We go Jagged Jungle. Pokemon is a poorly made game for the most part, saved by a really great core concept. And the game works well enough. That's the thing. If you can get your game to be good enough that people are willing to overlook its flaws, then you got something special on your hands. Oh, damn it. It's a little tricky knowing where the edges of stuff are. We are Alreen. This is a Boomerang Kid. Part of the Quattro Adventure collection from Codemasters. So far, I would go so far as to say that this game's all right. We're not talking a hidden gem or anything, but game perfectly functional thus far, if a bit challenging. Very unforgiving with lives. Oh, I almost ran out of time there. Oh, nope. Game over. I want to get through at least one world. Yeah, I mean... So far, Quattro Adventures is off to a pretty good start. I'm willing to say that this game's pretty fun. Certainly if I was a kid and this was one of the only games I had, I'd be playing it a lot. Granted, that's going to be true of pretty much any game you have as a kid, because you only have so many options. Though, you know, that's not really true anymore. Kids have effectively limitless video game options for practically no money. Even just on, you know, their iPads. Right, you know, if grandma bought you this game for Christmas, you're not gonna be too upset about it. Plus, you know, you've got the thrill of having received 4 games in one. Even if, you know, none of them are games you might have paid for otherwise. outside of their bundling. I'm getting better at it, too. Though this does feel very, very much like a, memo-heavy game, for lack of a better term. No, memorize and execute. Go Jagged Jungle again. I wouldn't say that, because Quake and Quake 2 were massive, massive hits, Pinky, and a big factor of that were their multiplayer modes. So things like Unreal Tournament were a natural extension of how popular deathmatch modes had become. You may have read Grapes. This also, I don't know if Boomerang Kid specifically was on home computer, but most of Codemaster's games were for computer. How do I make that jump? So the control is a little strange feeling. There's a clear kind of limit to how far you can jump horizontally, and I think if you clear that, Boomerang Kid will begin to just fall, which is a little interesting. You've got to really have, good command of your jump height, which I just failed to demonstrate there. The jumping control is quite tight. Oh, I think when it was founded, Codemasters was literally just two guys, Armand. I feel like a lot of British game studios started that way, like the Pickford brothers with Rare, which at the time was Ultimate Play the Game. The Folan brothers. Because I believe they did programming beyond just music, though I could be wrong. I want to clear at least one world here. Oh, Woozle scolding. Woozle, you have very recently encouraged me to be irresponsible with my money. I don't need that in my life right now, Woozle. I don't need to be irresponsible with my funds. What does a ferret know about financial responsibility anyway? Boomerang Kid is wearing one of those cork hats. It's on the cover of the game. And you can kind of tell in the artwork. No, not the $500 Action 52, the nearly $500 Super Famicom Golf Swing Simulator. He's doing all right, Megami. He's just stuck working a lot of third shift, so he can't commit to streaming regularly. We are likely going to have the collab we had to cancel a while back for Frogger on the PlayStation 1. It will be a blind race. Neither of us have played it before. I think the Genesis ones are similarly expensive, though I don't know for certain. Ooh, I can see the challenge with these jumps. There we go. Less than the NES one, but still very expensive is my guess. How can I get down from here? Thing is, you can't drop down through a platform in this game, so you've got to... Oh, come on. Oh, 50-ish for the Genesis one. That's not awful. Still more than I think I'm willing to pay. But it's not terrible. Ooh, you got a new Dremel. You're gonna use it on, Spoon. So, oh, I think I see how I can get down. It'll be hard with timing. There we go. Wait, no, now I don't know. There we go, there we go. I'm gonna run out of time, I'm gonna run out of time! No! Alright, I see the path now. That's hard! I don't have much time for that at all. Oh, damn it. More fishing lures. Yeah, but it's less than $1 a game. It is a lot like Kangaroo. It's an arcade game. And a good one, I gotta say. I'll give it a couple more tries. Because I think you only need to get through 6 levels to clear a world. And I wasn't counting, but I think that was number 5. That was close. But here's 1. And we're going to stage 2. I also don't know if there's an easiest path to take. I've not looked up anything. Hey, Commodore, how you doing? Given your name, Commodore, how familiar are you with Codemasters and their various gaming creations? So that's what we're playing tonight. A lot of their NES output, including 2, count 'em, 2 Dizzy Egg games. And this here Boomerang Kid is one of the games on the Quattro Adventure cartridge. So this is stage 4, I believe, of the ones I've been playing. I'm getting better at it. Okay, so this would be 5 that I'm coming up on. Oh, I thought I could sneak through. I can, I just wasn't quick enough. Oh no, I'm falling apart. Down to my last life. That's bad. I've been doing so well, too. So easy for things to go wrong in this game. The level timer is really strict as well. You don't have time to make big mistakes. Hop down this way. Oh, damn it, damn it, damn it. I needed to fall off that tree. Oh, that was a game over on stage 5. Let's try again. I will say, this is pretty addictive. Like, I'm hardly having to force myself to play this, you know? Okay, I wasn't sure. I assume Codemasters had games on the C64. Well, yeah, they must have. Dizzy games were on that. I most primarily associate British computer gaming with the ZX Spectrum. Though I know, you know, Acorn Systems and BBC Micro, C64, Amstrad CPC, all have a pretty big place in that history as well. It was really something that largely passed us by in the US. The IBM PC became ascendant very, very early on in the computing space in the US. While there were some users who favored, you know, the Commodore line of systems or the Atari line of systems, by the time you had affordable PC compatibles like, you know, the Tandy 1000 coming and just being the IBM PC Junior but better, it was kind of all over in the US at that point. I mean, Codemasters were and kind of remain a very prolific developer, but they were bought by EA, I believe in 2021, pretty recently, the grand scheme of things. Oh, I didn't have it. Hey, 40 kilobytes is a lot of memory. Oh, God. Why do I keep falling apart on stage 5, no matter which one it is? I mean, it sounds like a joke, but if you think about it, 40 kilobytes really is a lot of memory. In the same way that, you know, a processor running at 1 megahertz. That sounds like nothing by today's standards, because it is nothing by today's standards. But think about what 1,000 megahertz means. That is 1 million instructions every second. That's really a lot. So this is our final stage. I see. This is tough. I think I've got it, though. I think I've got it. Cracked the code. There we go. That was it. Hey! I cleared the Outback. Look at me go. Oh god, if you pause, it doesn't let you look at the level. That's amazing. Right, the Commodore 64 was incredibly successful worldwide. And that's true Bearer of Peas. Though I think, given that the IBM PC became the standard internationally, I think the US was the first place to agree upon the IBM PC being the standard for both business application and home use. Whereas, right, IBM compatibles were common even by the 80s. I know there are switching bottlenecks, but if you think about what 1 megahertz really means, you know, it's 1 million cycles per second. That's still really a lot. You know, even when they get, you know, subdivided, switched, etc. That's very impressive. All right, let's try the castle stage. Oh, God. Now, this looks like a British home computer game, for lack of a better way to describe this all. This actually reminds me a ton of the kind of... Oh, I can't get back up. I say this reminds me a lot of the kind of single screen, like DOS platformers and shareware games you would see in the 90s, early 90s. Oh, good, you can hit select to kill yourself. I wasn't making a joke, by the way. I'm glad you can do that. Because I needed to. Can I not make that jump? How do I do this stage? Is it gonna make me... Oh, I can at least enter my name this time. Oh, now he throws the boomerang. Yeah, get that clip out of context. So our top scores are Boomy, Kid, Jason, Darren, me! I'm in dead last. Ooh. You know, I've occasionally done what I call the Beat Bloom contests, where, you know, I have viewers compete to see if they can beat my high score in something. What if I did it in Boomerang Kid? Oh god, and you have to start over at the Outback. Can anybody look up if there are any cheats for Boomerang Kid? God, having to play the entire Outback to get to the castle each time. I mean, that's how you know if you had this game as a kid, you were going to become an expert. Like, 100%. With the amount you would need to replay these levels, and this music would be burned into your brain for all time. Only Game Genie codes. Appropriate, considering that Codemasters made the Game Genie. Oh, shit. I needed to fall, not jump. I will say, this game's pretty fun. I don't know that I see myself spending much longer playing it ever. Oh, maybe this will become a game that I toss in when I get bored. You know, maybe if I've got some downtime, I'm maybe watching a stream or something. This might be what I play in the background. Usually, what I do for that purpose is I'll just play a golf game that I like. Super Robin Hood and Dizzy have actual cheats. Okay. I've got to give this one more try, though. It is weirdly addictive. And I think that's because it is pretty transparently a ripoff of the arcade game Kangaroo. Which means, of course, it's going to be addictive. It's based on, you know, a popular game. At least the gameplay styling is. Let's see. As a game contained in a 4-pack of other games, I think this is totally passable, pretty fun on its own merits. Would I buy this as a game on its own? If Boomerang Kid were a standalone NES cart and it was $5, you know, nowadays, yeah, I'd buy that. But I'm also of the mindset that there is almost no video game that's not worth at least $3. Now, I also know that I have somewhat lower standards than other people when it comes to the level of quality I demand from my video games. I don't know if calling it a lower standard is right, but I feel like I am more receptive towards bad video games than most people. I don't know if you saw, class, I had a thread on Twitter today that got far more responses than I expected, where I just asked, what's the worst game you've ever played? And not that many of the responses are what I would consider genuinely bad. You know, some are games that I think are maybe morally bankrupt, like League of Legends. You know, a couple people answered League or Fate Grand Order. You know, gacha type games. Those I think are bad in a, you know, different way than the type of bad game I'm talking about or that I'm interested in. Where, you know, like, I have no doubt that Dota 2 is a bad game. I've not played it. I have no interest in that genre of game as a whole. But I don't think it's a poorly crafted game. Hey, Tachikoma, how you doing? It's also not the type of bad game that I personally think is very interesting. Whoops. But, you know, some people answered stuff like the 2014 Lords of the Fallen, which is just, you know, a boring, you know, Souls-like. It's not awful. It's just unoriginal. That's true. Not many people... Well, no, I feel like people my age, at least, and even some a bit younger, you were at the mercy of what games you received as gifts or could rent. And a lot of those games were pretty bad. So it was kind of funny to me to see, whoops, you can fall off the bottom of a stage. Interesting. So it was interesting for me to see what are the games that people consider the worst they've ever played. Oh, that sounds great, Commodore. I'm going to give it one more try. I'm going to say, though, this one gets like a solid, pretty good seal of approval. I think this is a pretty good start to this collection. I'll be honest, I was not expecting any of these games to be much fun at all. I will admit to a strong bias against most British games from this time period, even including ones made by Rare. I like some of Rare's games, but I think they put out a lot of crap all the way into the N64 era. I am also a notorious Banjo-Kazooie hater. Now see, Bubsy 3D, that's a properly bad game. I like it. I don't think my liking it changes its quality. But see, Bubsy 3D is an interesting bad game. Or think, on Friday, I played through to completion The Karate Kid for NES. Which, you know, a lot of people hold up as a notoriously bad game, a sign of, you know, how bad most LJN games were in general. And I beat it on stream. It's fine. Like, no, it's not great. There's way worse out there. And maybe my standards are simply too low. Though one thing I have enjoyed a lot on stream is going back and looking at old AVGN episodes and seeing, okay, how bad were some of these games really? And one of my favorite discoveries was, Bugs Bunny Crazy Castle. It's not good, but it's fine. It's just an average, kind of boring platformer. It was quite easy. I think I beat it with no trouble in about 2 hours. And that was, that was fine. If I had had that game as a kid, I definitely would have played it a lot. I didn't have it as a kid. I had Mario 3 instead and Tiny Toon Adventures, both of which are much better. Also, there's the Outback done. Right, or Terminator 2. It's not terrible. Is it great? No. Is it good enough for, a movie licensed game? Sure. So let me try to figure out what to actually... Oh! Those are platforms. I thought they were window dressing. Turns out they are platforms, and I have to kill myself now. There we go. Well, that's because consoles, apart from the Switch, Commodore, they're just x86 boxes. They just are computers. Very, very directly so. Now, there is nothing any more distinguishing them from one another. Right, because it's not particularly bad, Nanara. It's fine. So thank you for the follow, Unsung Destroyer. Right. The thing I'm learning from that thread is a lot of people haven't really played that many bad games. They've just played some games that they personally didn't enjoy a ton. And, that's fine. Being honest, if the worst game you've played is, Lords of the Fallen 2014, you've played pretty good games your whole life. Well, that's because the Xbox was the Dreamcast too, and because being a PC-esque x86 box was a genuinely new thing for a console to be at that time. Oh, thought I could jump him. Oh, this game's pretty fun. Actually, you know what the castle segment here reminds me of? It's the NES game Castle Quest, which is more puzzle-oriented. Right. I mean, the GameCube also had Phantasy Star Online. But this game's pretty fun. I apologize, though, class. I've got to take a quick bathroom break, but when I come back, we will continue reading the manual, and we will see about Super Robin Hood. Yeah, GameCube did have PSO Episode 3. I will be back in a couple minutes. Also going to grab some water while I'm at it, and I will see you then. All right, thank you for waiting, everybody. I think it's time to move on from Boomerang Kid, which means I need some background music that's not Boomerang Kid, because that's going to drive me insane very quickly. Let's see. No, I'll go with stick with British. And NES while I'm at it. Let's see. Yeah, here's one. Actually, one of my favorite NES games that not enough people know about. Oh, I know Water Dragon. The Weird Al's new Pokemedley's great, I gotta say. He never disappoints. Now let's see, the next game on Quattro Adventures is Super Robin Hood. 1,000 years ago, in the ancient heart of Old England, the Sheriff of Nottingham held the people in an iron fist. The king has gone overseas, and in his absence the sheriff is demanding higher and higher taxes, threatening those who complain and imprisoning those who refuse. As winter draws nearer, the impoverished peasants grow more and more desperate. They have no money for food, and the sheriff grows ever more powerful. The Earl of Huntingdon, also known as Robin Hood, was once a nobleman and faithful servant of the king, but now he is an outlaw in the green forest of Nottingham, which stretches unbroken for hundreds of miles and is mostly unexplored. He lives in the forest with his wife, Maid Marian, as a bandit, stealing money from the tax collectors and noblemen as they travel through and then giving it to the poor. The sheriff is beside himself with rage and has kidnapped Maid Marian, holding her as a hostage to force Robin Hood to give himself up. But Robin has found a way into the sheriff's castle where Maid Marian is being held. The rescue begins. Not the typical Robin Hood lore, but that's okay. Nottingham's Castle. Robin Hood must fight his way through the Sheriff of Nottingham's castle. The main enemies are the sheriff's thugs, great troll-like guards armed with crossbows, and patrolling dwarves armed with spears. There are dwarves now, are there? Robin will also have to deal with a whole range of other nasties. Bats, barrels, spiders, fire-breathing gargoyles, cannonballs, spiked balls, and great drilling spikes that spring up from the ground. The route Robin must take through the castle is very torturous. He must find keys to open doors and activate lifts, leading him deeper into the castle. Robin must also collect all the stolen treasure that he finds in the castle so he can give it to the poor. The treasure is 8 chests, 8 crowns, 8 diamonds, 8 shields, 8 goblets, and 8 rubies. Wait a sec, I thought Robin Hood was a fox. I did love the Disney animated Robin Hood as a child. I think most people did. I remember being so upset. I think we had taped it off the TV on like an HBO free weekend or something. And then my father taped over half of the movie, I think with Star Trek Next Generation. I was so sad as a kid that I no longer had the full film. Hearts and Lives. The game starts with 3 lives, shown top right of the screen. Each life consists of 3 chances, shown as 3 beating hearts in the top left-hand corner of the screen. That's a weird way to describe a health meter, is 3 chances. Extra hearts can be found in the castle. If you can collect a total of 6, 3 of them will be turned into a new life. Each time you're hit by something, you will lose 1 heart and become invincible for a short time. This should enable you to get clear of the danger zone. Hints: you can duck below some arrows, others you can jump. Study and learn the thugs' firing routines. Don't rush into dangerous places. All right. Kevin Costner, this guy is not. One of my favorite jokes in Robin Hood Men in Tights is when Cary Elwes turns to the camera and says, "And unlike some Robin Hoods, I can speak with an English accent." And then he winks at the winks at the camera. Now, I can't speak with an English accent, but neither can Kevin Costner, so apparently you can still get, a major movie role as Robin Hood Even if you can't, he didn't even pretend to put on an accent. Which makes me think I should get the Robin Hood Prince of Thieves NES game. Yeah, neither could Russell Crowe. Was that the 2010 Robin Hood film that's basically just, it was the Ridley Scott one. Basically just like Gladiator again, but this time in Okay, what's with Hollywood's allergy in the modern period to having a Robin Hood movie where, like, the sun shines? Ever? Do they think that the past was always dismal and gray? No. If anything, people wore brighter colored clothing than they do now. Right, a medieval Englishman would have actually had a probably closer accent to mine than to a modern Brit. Or it would be as far from one as the other. That said, Kevin Costner did not do a very good job. The sun shining at all in Britain's unrealistic. Now, Gail, I've been there on a sunny day before. It can be quite lovely. Point is, it's not, dismal and gray all the time, and people's clothes aren't all dismal and gray, especially not in the time period they're trying to depict. Bright clothing would have been quite normal, actually. Secret passages. Nottingham Castle is full of secret passages which can be revealed if Robin can find the trigger points. So get searching. Water. Robin can walk in water, but he will be killed if he falls into any lava. You know what? I really hope that line is in there, and there's no lava in the game. Like, well, yeah, of course he'd die if he fell into lava. It's lava. Why would there be? Why would there be lava in Nottingham Castle? Also, my brain is broken because I see the word trampolines there, and all I can think of is Homer Simpson going like, "Trampoline!" That great gag. England probably has long dormant volcanoes like most places, Howell. I'd be shocked if it didn't. At various places throughout the castle, Robin will find trampolines which he can bounce on to reach higher platforms. To get a really high bounce, Robin must bounce on a trampoline several times. Edinburgh Castle's built on one. I did not know that. Nottingham Castle is very large, so Robin will have to travel through many areas. Why not make a map and keep looking for those secret corridors? Here's a list of the different areas in the castle. Good lord, that's quite a lot. And controls. Robin Hood is able to perform quite a number of moves. Up will make him climb ladders, ropes, or chains. Down will make him crouch and climb down ladders, ropes, or chains. Left runs left and right. A jumps. B loads and shoots arrows. And start pauses and unpauses. Advanced controls. Jumps. The longer Robin runs in one direction, the faster he will run. You will often need this extra speed to make those big jumps. The faster he runs, the higher Robin is able to jump. See, crouching. If Robin is running fast and then crouches down, he will be able to slide along on his knees. This is very useful for getting under low walls. But he can't just crawl. Why can't Robin crawl? Shooting. Robin needs time to load an arrow before he can shoot. You can, however, hold the loaded arrow by holding the B button and then release it instantly. And that's the whole manual for Super Robin Hood. So know what? We actually have to turn the console off. We can't just hit reset because, as I found out, hitting reset would just bring us back into Boomerang Kid. Let us play Super Robin Hood. Not just Robin Hood. Super Robin Hood. Codemasters. Absolutely brilliant. I'll be the judge of that game. Wanted, Robin Hood. Super Robin Hood. Okay, I like the title screen. Music's kind of a pop. Really, the high score names are just 1st through 10. Yeah, where's Robin Hood 64? Yeah, what's so super about it? These are Bearer of Peeves. These are all on this cartridge, in fact. Not that one. This one, Quattro Adventure. These are 4 Codemaster games. Let me find the higher quality version of that picture I have saved here. That's not it. That's my golf tier list. That's Quattro Adventure. So the games on it are Boomerang Kid, Super Robin Hood, Linus Spacehead, and Treasure Island Dizzy. And I also have another Codemasters unlicensed NES cartridge of the Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy. Don't worry, we are going to get Dizzy later on, and we don't even need to touch Fuzzy to do it. But I'm ready to see just how super this Robin Hood is. That's all our treasures to collect. We've got 3 lives. And here we are. I absolutely detest how Robin Hood turns and looks at the camera. Ah, I see. That's how you can hold your shot for release. Like a lot of British games, this one has quite smooth animations and loves big, flashy, like, screen effects. Like when the bad guy died, he exploded into those stars. The control is really slippery. Okay, there's a key. There's a treasure, one of many we need to find, apparently. Oh no, I got shot. Why is there just like a thing from Castlevania here? Oh, I can't even hurt it. Oh, that's one of the gargoyles, I suppose. Now, I know it's technically only a gargoyle if it spits water, and it's a grotesque otherwise. What is it if it's spitting fire? Is it still a gargoyle then? Also, that's just a dwarf, according to the manual, and I can't shoot down at all. So I just got to ignore this funny little guy, I guess. Here's the trampoline. Does not look much like any trampoline I know, but what do I know? It's a medieval English trampoline, apparently. Now, something can clearly shoot me from there, and I don't think I can shoot it. It's always a pet peeve of mine. There we go. Got him. Ow. Oh, there's stuff coming up from the floor. You know, it did warn me about that in the manual. Oh, there is no indication of that, unless you just waited to see. Yeah, Invincible using the odd job strategy. Be short. Oh, we've picked up quite a lot of treasure already, though. Got him. Alright, this isn't so bad. I might be speaking too soon, but for the most part, like, play control is fine. Oh, I see what it lowered. It is floaty and kind of slippery, but I don't think there's fall damage. Alright, we can go down the stairs. The pause button doesn't make everything disappear. That's good. Ah, I see what I have to do here. I need to slide under there, which means I'm going to need to wait for this little guy. Okay, I see the timing window, maybe. Nope. 2 lives. Is this going to be like the other games where it's... Why is there lava? Also, why can't I just shoot the tiniest bit down? God. I see what I need to do, and I'm just... There we go. Struggling to do it. Okay, that chain clearly goes down. Why can't I go down on it? Why can't Robin crawl? Seriously, though, why can't Robin crawl? Why did you make it so that I have to do a stupid slide? Alright, we got a heart, at least. I might have spoken too soon before when I said this game seems okay. Can I really not hit him? Sucks. This really sucks. Medieval Mega Man, only I don't even have the slide button that Mega Man gets. And unlike Mega Man, I can't shoot from... from holding a platform or ladder. This is idiotic. But I did it. Oh, okay, I think I see what to do here. I've got to wait for that to lift all the way up. Right, some of these enemies take 4 or 5 hits. Gotta let that come all the way up. Slide. There we go. Okay, that felt pretty good. That one was all right. I'm getting the hang of it. Right, he's been stronger every single time. To this game's credit, I quite like the puzzly aspect of it. Okay, how do I get down there? So I can't climb down the chain. I think I have to go this way. Right. There we go. I get why, from like a puzzle perspective, I can't just shoot the little guys. But you gotta give me like a better reason why I can't just shoot these little guys. Because not being able to just shoot these little guys stinks. Feels very arbitrary. The momentum for jumping is also quite... Oh, god damn it. Quite tricky. It feels like it's going to be a very unforgiving kind of game, and I think that's going to be a theme tonight. That these games were all, to their credit, designed to give you your money's worth by being really hard. Oh god. Oh god. That's evil. Wait, what? What? Did I just explode? Spontaneous human combustion? What the hell? Hey, Woozle. Yeah, rent it this week and next week and the week after that. Okay, but actually, what hurt me there? Oh god, oh god. Please stop. Oh god, oh god. I panicked. This one's hard. Whoops. I can't spell. These are all like a 3 lives, no continue kind of deal. Ooh. That's rough. You know what? At least there's no fall damage. I'll give it that. That might be a small mercy, but it is nonetheless a mercy. Yeah, this Robin is not particularly super. Oh god, he's being harried by a bat. Can somebody clip that mystery death? Because I really want to figure out what caused that? I cannot tell. Thank you, chair. So this doesn't feel like... This doesn't feel like it's going to be the hardest game in this collection. But it does feel like it's going to be one of the most arbitrary. Yeah, you would think Super Robin Hood would be able to aim, at the very least. Oh, Lord. I mean, I get from a gameplay perspective why I can't just angle down and shoot the little guys. Wait, am I praising polio? Is that my assignment? It is somewhat cursed, AOD. But this is only one of 4 games on the cartridge. Surely they get better. Oh, there are those eyes somebody mentioned that freaked them out. Let's see. Polio as a result of your existence. One of the largest public health campaigns ever was successfully undertaken, and you were pretty much completely eradicated. I didn't dislike the music in Boomerang Kid. Right, the Pope outlawed crossbows. That guy's going against the church. I want to know, why does... Oh wow, you need very little space to slide. Makes me question even more why it's a mechanic at all. Really not loving these little guys. Or that there's lava in the, Oh, I can duck that one. That makes it a little better, at least. It's a lot better than the way I had been fighting that guy. I just want to know why there's lava down there. Now, I've not been inside very many castles in England, but I did not think they were known for being full of lava. I could be wrong. But something tells me they're not typically, you know, chock full of lava. This game's halfway between action game and puzzle game in a way that I know was very popular in computer games. Like, this was the style at the time. And I can't even complain too much because I love games like Spelunker. Or rather, I specifically really like Spelunker. The rest of the genre, you know, they're okay. The Floor is Lava game did have to start somewhere. May as well have been, you know, in Super Robin Hood. No, surely I mean Spelunker. The classic computer game that got ported to Famicom. Oh, God. No, so Nintendo's licensing worked differently in Japan. You want to know how? The power of British game development. That's how. The golden age. Right, the Famicom had no lockout chip. Nintendo allowed some of their partners to manufacture their own cartridge shells, but those were really just ones who got in, like, on the ground floor with the Famicom. Later on... Oh, God. Later on, Nintendo required companies to go through them. The Famicom disk system had lots of unlicensed software, just by nature of being a disk-based system. Britain, you know what you did. You did a lot that you have never been called to account for. Least of all your gaming. You know what, though? I'm going to leave it there for Super Robin Hood. Because that's entirely enough. We are going to skip now to Linus Spacehead, which is frankly a great name. No, it's not time for the Bad Egg game yet. We've got one more game before there. What do I think of Wisdom Tree or Color Dreams? Pretty bad games. I have no experience of them. Four extra lives would be pretty helpful. I don't know that I'm ever going to return to Super Robin Hood. Maybe I will someday. Feels like it would be a good challenge game. Let's look at Linus Spacehead. Cosmic, shouted Linus as he power-slided his Stingray convertible. I spelled convertible wrong. Around the turnpike on Route 55 of the Galactic Highway. This baby really moves. What a rush, he screamed as he tore past his home planet of linoleum at 30,000 miles an hour. Hey, happy birthday, Aaron. Linus Space Tips. With this mean machine, I'll be a dead cert to win the Galactica bumper car race next week, he thought. Linus's foot was on the floor and the Stingray was streaking across the Milky Way. Then suddenly the engine's note changed and a terrible noise came from under the hood. The engine died. Galactic goof-ups, I've ran out of gas. By now he was hurtling through space at 200,000 miles an hour toward a distant unknown star and had no power to do anything about it. The Stingray screamed through a red light on an intersection, narrowly missing a sluggish old Stellar Capri. Linus glanced to his side and read the star sign by the side of the highway. Planet Earth, 50,000 miles, it said. Stress, man, exclaimed Linus. I've never even heard of Planet Earth. I hope the natives are friendly. Cosmic close calls, hollered Linus as he scraped past a rusty old satellite and entered the planet's atmosphere with a bang. Before he knew it, his shiny new Stingray was rumbling down a mountain towards the sea. Fenders and antennas, windshield wipes, and taillights falling off left, right, and center. The spacecraft entered the sea with an almighty crash and sank to the bottom. Heavy, 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 groaned Linus as he clambered out of the wreckage. I've got a feeling my adventures are just beginning. And he was right. Yeah, Cosmic Spacehead is part sequel, part remake. Return to linoleum. Linus Spacehead has accidentally crashed his brand new space car at the bottom of an ocean on planet Earth. Yeah, apparently his brakes don't work. I think he's just an idiot. That's what I get out of this, at least. Your job is to guide him back by climbing up and along the scenery, avoiding the Earth's strange inhabitants, so Linus can reach a place that is high enough for him to send an SOS radio signal. To add to his troubles, Linus's radio got smashed into many pieces and scattered over the landscape. To make his radio work, Linus must collect all the pieces on his way. The Earth's inhabitants. Linus will see many strange and terrifying creatures on his travels. Some are deadly, though some will only stun. Hint, when Linus is stunned, he gets knocked backwards. If you can't avoid a creature, turn your back on it and it will knock you in the direction you want to go. That's an insane thing to put in your manual. As just a way to say like, well, if you're dealing with a knockback, just turn around. That's very funny. Then the Earth's inhabitants. Oh no, I just read that. That's Caesar the sea snake down there, by the way. Yeah, right, you can exploit it. What do we do about this bug? Gameplay mechanic. Cosmic candy. Linoleum's most popular snack is well known for its healthy properties. Linus was well stocked up on these when he went for his drive, so there are plenty lying around from his crash. Every 5 cosmic candy bars that Linus collects, he gets an extra life. Happy hunting. Secret rooms. If Linus searches the landscape hard enough, he might just find a secret room stuffed with cosmic candy. There's Trevor the toucan. How tiny is Linus, or how big is that toucan? Because that's insane. Right? I wish... Imagine if that's how it worked. You ate 5 candy bars and you got an extra life. The radio screen. When Linus finds a piece of his radio shown as a valve, you will see a screen showing the radio being pieced together. The pieces that are missing are shown in a faint color. Why a valve? That toucan does indeed have teeth. Is this like a tube radio? Natural hazards. As well as all the creatures, Linus will also have to avoid natural hazards such as whirlwinds, falling rocks, and great chasms. Some of the jumps Linus can only just reach. Hint. On tricky jumps, stand Linus on the edge of the jump and jump on the spot. Next, move to the direction you want him to jump, still holding the jump button. This way you can always be sure to make those tricky jumps. Yeah, there's a lot of spelling errors in this manual. Linus Spacehead, TM, can run left and right. Down will make him duck and crouch, and the A button makes him jump. Start will pause or unpause. There's Leroy, the alligator, and Linus Spacehead finds a wrench from his toolkit. I will say, I kind of like Linus's dumb design. But now it's time to play Linus Spacehead, which I've got to say is a very entertaining name to say. But yeah, I can't help but thinking of Linus Tech Tips this whole time. All right, Linus Spacehead, let's go. Codemasters, absolutely brilliant. I'll be the judge of that. We've got some funky music at the title screen, very spacey. Oh my god. Why these colors? This looks awful. All right. Level 1, Bubble Trouble. Oh boy. Our first level is an underwater. Are you kidding? Do I have to ride bubbles all the way up? Okay, there's a candy bar at least. This looks awful. It's the worst one, Hiyori. I believe you. I will say, I quite liked Boomerang Kid. I'm gonna give Boomerang Kid, like, a solid C+ to a B-. Like, it's a good enough single-screen arcade game. There's a candy bar. This so far just seems awful. Or just as a first level. What a bad first level to choose for your game. I love having no control over if or when bubbles come up and how long they last before they explode underneath me. Oh, and I got stunned. I'm gonna drown. First level's gonna end with me drowning almost instantly. This one's not very good. Oh, I'm so close. I'm so close. No, not like this. Not like this. I died inside of the surface. this sucks. So Linus's jump is really, really bad. Right, Triang? We need the Sonic drowning music to give us a proper amount of trauma. Oh, okay, so the fish just fucking kills you. One hit. Is this going to be an AVGN 3 guys, no continues kind of scenario? I'm feeling like it will be. Oh, come on. This is pretty bad. Not that the controls, graphics, or sound. No, Rare's games, some are well made. Some are even what I would call well crafted, like the actual craftsmanship that went into their development is quite high. But I think they put out a lot of stinkers, like a lot of true blue turds. They also did program one of my favorite NES games, so I can't talk too much shit. Captain Skyhawk is a game I will defend forever because I love it and think it's great and more people should play it. Did getting up there not refill my oxygen? There we go. Right, this is like Mega Man starting on a Yoku block section. Oh, I agree. Oh, Linus's jump is really weird. Oh, okay. Okay. I see you, game. Oh my god. No. Not like this. Wow. We're gaming now. We're gaming now. This is what it's all about. I will say, and I stand by this opinion, you don't truly love video games unless you love at least one monumental turd like this. You know, a game where you won't even try to pretend it's good or justify why you like it. You just do. You know, I don't think you really love video games unless you have a 4 out of 10 game that you will go to bat for. And I can absolutely see this being someone's favorite game. Does your oxygen even refill when you breach the surface? I don't think it does. That's insane. Woozle, what about... Not bad, but games that, you know, you would struggle to recommend to somebody unless they are a particular type of player. Like, how many people to whom would you really recommend Kingsfield 1? You know? Scold Woozle. Woozle, you like bad games. Don't pretend you don't. Right. I love a lot of games that I wouldn't recommend. Hey, Bog, it's going well, except for playing Linus Spacehead. Oh! I was just about to say, it's going to fall the other way, isn't it? And sure enough, right when I thought I was in the safe zone, it didn't. This is an odious game. This is a wicked and cruel game made by people whose parents didn't love them enough. Oh my god. Oh, Seventh Saga is a great example of what I mean, Dan. Especially because the US version, Seventh Saga, is so much harder than the Japanese original called Elnard, which one is a hysterical name for a video game. Seventh Saga is a game for true sickos, and I mean that complimentarily. Oh my god, Linus's controls are so bad. Like, they make the other two that I've played so far. They make the other two games I've played so far seem masterpieces by comparison. It's wretched. Just the way this level is structured, like, beggars belief. You recall Dizzy being the best one? If Treasure Island Dizzy turns out to not be good, I have a whole other Dizzy game to play. It is The Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy. And I know Dizzy had like 1 million games across British home computers. So surely there is something there. An entire nation's gaming industry can't be just flat out wrong, can it? Can it? Why can't he breathe the bubble? Because he's a stupid alien man. He's not from Earth. He doesn't know shit. There we go. I'm getting better at the first level, at least. God, is there anything sadder than British home computer enthusiasts trying to insist that something like the Great Gianna Sisters is as good as Mario? Because I don't think there is. Oh, I'm already starting to see it happen, Dan, that people are getting nostalgic for the, like, 7th gen Brown and Bloom era. It's very funny to me, but... for the most part, I feel like a lot of people couldn't wait to be rid of that. I've gotta say, the level design at play here is loathsome. Why does jumping on top of it kill me? Oh my goodness. Oh, nope. There were a lot of great games in the early 2000s, Bearers of Peace. But they became, I would say, the mainstream, most popular games took a bit of a dive in quality for a while in the 2000s. I don't know how people aren't sick to death of Soulsborne, Souls-likes by now. But I feel like I'm also not really allowed to say that, given that I play, Doom 2 Custom Megawatts every single Wednesday, and will literally never, ever get tired of it. So, I personally don't really have a place to criticize people who like playing the same thing over and over again. Right, the FromSoft ones are generally very good. No, I know it's like saying that, Woozle. And there is a lot of variety in the genre that, might not be obvious to you unless you play them a lot. Which I don't. I play maybe a couple, one a year. Right, the Souls games feel great. Also, I'm getting better at the first level. It's not that this game's impossible. It's just... Do I want to put in what it takes to be able to clear this game? Let's see. Positives. Linus is a silly-looking guy. I like his determined little face when you do stuff. I can't understand why the controls are the way they are. Especially when the other games control pretty competently. Positives on the gameplay. I like collecting 5 candy bars. No, I want to be the guy controls great, is the thing. Like, it's an evil joke of a game, but it controls very, very well. I also want to point out that you can barely make the jump to get onto the rocks. Like, Linus almost can't do it. I want to point out that I have not held a direction for any of those jumps. Also, its tip on jumping from the manual is entirely wrong. Like 100%. Oh, there we go, there we go. Oh, please. Oh, no. Slippery barely even begins to describe it. Oh, God. One more try. I want to clear level 2. This one is impressively worse than the others. Which might seem like a strange way to describe something. No, unfortunately, he didn't suffer a submarine accident. That's a spaceship. Is England okay? No. Is my understanding. God. There we go. Oh, God. It's just... I'm trying to think of other NES platformers I've played that feel worse than this one. And I'm coming up real short on answers. I can still think of some that I like less than this. Notably Kid Cool. I hate that game. Oh, Jekyll and Hyde, I think, is substantially more fun. I like the Puss in Boots Toei game, both the Famicom one and the US version. Just like a semi-remake, semi-sequel. That one, like, the Puss in Boots Perro's Great Adventure game, the only way I can describe it is it feels like a children's drawing that got put up on the fridge for you to be like, good job. Only it's a retail video game. Oh yeah, no, I will go so far as to say I am a defender of Jekyll and Hyde on NES. Not as a game that's like secretly great or anything, but as one that is largely willfully misunderstood by people who have never tried playing it. Because what I'll say is, if you read the manual and you take the time to learn and understand its gameplay, it is a beatable game, and I had a lot of fun playing it. It has a really cool gameplay concept, which is it externalizes the internal struggle of good and evil by having you switch playable characters. And it uses the interplay between those characters as a gameplay mechanic to reflect the themes of the story. That's cool. Like, that's genuinely a really cool gameplay decision. And it controlling poorly, especially when you're playing as Jekyll, oh god, is a deliberate decision. You are not supposed to be fast, responsive, or able to do anything in any way about your situation. That's why you have a literal stress meter that builds up until you turn into a murderous psychopath. That's cool. Does the game work very well? No. It's very poorly coded. But I can tell you, I had a lot more fun beating that on stream than I am doing whatever this is. Because that's at least an interesting flavor of incompetence. Karate Kid, I had fun beating, but that's a pretty bad game. Oh my god. Did it spawn an extra coconut? When I scrolled the screen, did a coconut respawn? Or did I just not trigger it before? TMNT, I like. Do I give it another try? Or do I go... Okay, I didn't trigger it. TMNT, my main criticism is that Donatello is just the best turtle, which he is, and I agree with that. But it would have been nice if they were, either all useful in their own way, or they each had strengths. It's really just Donatello has strengths. Everybody else just has drawbacks. Good lord. Also, I went on this rant on Friday. It always bothers me when people are like, oh, that underwater part at the dam, oh, that's the hardest part, that's where the game ended. No, it's not. Every single person I know that grew up playing that game has that part cold memorized. It's later in the game where it gets hard. Like, that part is still very reasonable. Hey, DJ Amamiya, how you doing? This one, Linus Spacehead, is easily the worst of the 4 games on the collection so far. And this one is just a loathsome game. This is truly bad. I'm gonna die. There we go. Right. The turbo tunnel in Battletoads. You get that memorized. I mean, all of the games on this so far are really memorization heavy for progress. This one just much more so than the others. So far, I think my favorite of them is Boomerang Kid, which is actually fun to play from the minute you start playing it. Super Robin Hood, I really like the puzzle elements, but I think it's not very fun to control. This one, I think, just isn't very fun in any capacity. How are you bouncing on water, Coconut? Explain. The control in this one is also ludicrously slippery. Can I jump that crab? I'm speechless. Also, why did the manual tell me there are some enemies that don't hurt me? Because that's just a lie. They all hurt. They're all bad for you. Don't contact any of them. The speedrun's probably completely bonkers. Would be my guess. Oh, it fell into the water that time. The manual's just making things up for fun. I don't know how to get past that crab. I mean, if it was a giant enemy crab, I would know what to do. This is just like I'm getting filtered by a mud crab. All right, I can confidently say Linus Spacehead is thus far my least favorite of the Quattro adventure. 5 minutes 27 seconds. You can't be serious. There's no way. There's no way. What do they do about the water? Like the bubbles? Is there an optimal? What the fuck? What? Did I find a warp zone? I did. I found one of the secret rooms full of candy. All right. I'll take it. Also, I need you to know, every time you've seen me run off the edge, I've let go of the button, like, seconds prior. No! Oh, no, I earned a 1-up from the candy. I think that's the only time I've been sad that I earned enough 1-ups that I have to keep playing. Game's horse shit. Super Robin Hood is 5 minutes 49 seconds. There's no way. There's just no way. I feel like these could make for satisfying speed games. Oh, it's out of candy. I just want to know how to get by this damn crab. Like, it doesn't seem possible. Oh my god. I swear I hit the A button. Yeah, no infinite lives glitch that way. All right, I think it's time to get dizzy. I mean, this might sound strange, but I could imagine speedrunning a game like this. And I don't want you to take that as a cry for help. The reason I say that is because a game like this, I think, is the only way I can describe it, like this, has... I think that's one of the only ways to have fun with a game like this, is mastering it that completely. Let's read the manual for Treasure Island Dizzy and then play that, though. Treasure Island Dizzy. All the yoke folk gathered at the beach to wave goodbye to Dizzy in his new boat. He had built it himself, and it really was very nice, with its bright white sails and shiny red hull. Dizzy felt proud as Daisy kissed him goodbye, and the fresh sea breeze filled the sails, and the boat sailed out to sea on its first voyage. The sky was clear, and the weather was fine as Yoke Folk's village disappeared over the horizon. Dizzy dangled his fishing rod over the side and daydreamed about what adventures might lie ahead in strange, distant lands. Suddenly, the wind stiffened, the boat started to roll, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. Grand Dizzy was wrong about the weather, thought Dizzy as the waves started breaking over the side of the boat. Before long, a ferocious storm was raging, and Dizzy's little boat was being tossed about in the enormous waves. Lightning cracked and thunder roared as Dizzy tried bravely to keep the boat afloat, but it was no use. Just before the boat sank below the surface, Dizzy spotted a distant island illuminated by a flash of lightning. He dived into the heaving waters and started to swim. That was how Dizzy came to find himself poaching on the silent, sun-kissed beach of a seemingly deserted island. Now he had to somehow find a way back to Zakaria, land of the Yoke folk. Yeah, it's like his grandfather, but an egg. Also named Dizzy, I guess. Stranded! Dizzy, TM, has been shipwrecked on a desert island. Your job as Dizzy is to find your way off the island. Your adventure begins on the beach of the desert island. The Great Explorer. To start with, you will only be able to move around a small part of the map because you are stopped from going further by different puzzles. Yeah, these protagonists can't, operate a vehicle of any kind. They are not to be trusted behind the wheel. As you solve these puzzles, more and more of the map will gradually open up, revealing more new puzzles. Some of the puzzles can be solved using agility and skill, but others must be solved using the correct object. Objects Dizzy finds can be picked up and used to solve the puzzles. That's sensible enough. When you find an object, stand in front of it and press the B button, and Dizzy will pick it up. He can carry up to 3 objects. The name of the object will be shown in the display panel at the top of the screen. Any other object will be shifted up, and the top object of the 3 will be dropped where Dizzy is standing. Is that all Kristen British, and that's why he wrecks all his ships? Yeah, right? I've only got one of those at any given time, freaking heck. To solve a problem, pick up the object, position Dizzy next to the problem, and drop it again. You should experiment with the exact positions to drop objects next to puzzles, as this can sometimes be important. So basically they're saying, yeah, our game doesn't work so good, so you gotta experiment. Creatures. Dizzy should beware of all the creatures on the treasure island. Most of them are deadly, though some hide treasure and some will have weird effects on Dizzy if he touches them. Now, I know if you touch Fuzzy, you get dizzy. What do you get when you touch Dizzy? I've got questions now. Then hints. Be careful in water. Everybody knows that eggs are air breathers. Does everybody know that? Don't wind up fried. Be careful of fire. Look out for scrolls. When you find one, read it. They give important clues. Why does the fish have a watch? I don't know. Make sure he's on time for fish business? I don't know. Yeah, I know. Eggs sink. See. Traps. Be cautious of where you step in the treehouse village. The magic pebble was left by an ancient tribe known to have built strange totem poles. Escaping from the island. There are 2 ways to complete the game. Solution 1, tricky. Find a way off the island and back to the Oak Folk. Solution 2, very tricky. There are 30 pieces of gold hidden on the island. Find these before making an escape from the island. Some of these are very well hidden. Also, hello, XSE. Controls left and right walk Dizzy around the landscape. The A button is for jump, and Dizzy will pick up, drop, use, and read with the B button. And there's Daisy, Dizzy's true love. She does look like a sweetheart. I'll give her that. Egg with hair, and pom-poms, and a skirt, and boots. There are some troubling implications to her clothing. Least of all that I don't think Dizzy is wearing any. No, Dizzy's just... He's wearing a hat. I got questions. Then there is one other part of the manual, which is about Codemasters and its young founders. David and Richard Darling started writing video games while they were in their early teens and still at school in England. From these beginnings, David and Richard became contract games authors. They wrote games for many major British software houses, and many of them turned out to be runaway bestsellers. The boys had by then realized they had a natural talent for coming up with games that people really want to play. David and Richard founded Codemasters, their own company, in October 1986. Within a year, Codemasters was the best-selling games publisher in the UK. Codemasters has dominated UK charts. Over 30 of the world's best games people work at Codemasters' global headquarters, a 96-acre farm in the heart of rural England. Codemasters has the resources, the expertise, and the drive to bring you the very best in video game entertainment. And that's exactly what Richard and David aim to do. And Dizzy's just letting it all hang out. Dizzy's a freak. That does remind me of a very funny tweet I saw once. It was along the lines of, what if you went to E.T.'s home planet and all of the other E.T.'s were wearing clothes? Which is extremely funny. All right, it is time for Treasure Island Dizzy. Let's see, is this the crown jewel of the collection? Codemasters present Treasure Island Dizzy. It's a cute title screen. All right, let's play. And here we go. Now it said avoid water. I'm going to avoid the water. Can I do anything with the tree? Okay, I can pick up a large rock. Nothing. Can I drop the rock? There we go. Okay. Oh, there's some money. Oh, there was money hidden in the tree as well. I think it said fire hurts me, so I'm going to avoid that. Legend has it that Hookjaw the pirate buried here still guards over his treasure. Well, give it to me. I want it. The Snoggles' treehouse complex, deserted now since the wizard Zack ruined their peaceful lives. We have a wizard? This game's up to whiz-biz? Can I get up there? Oh, but I can get that gold. You know, even if you knew nothing about this series... Oh, we found gold there, too. I'm just hitting B in front of stuff and seeing what happens. Is the wizard also an egg? That's an important question. Also, is there fall damage? There does not appear to be. The one character it would make sense for whom a fall would be very bad, and there does not appear to be fall damage. You know, the egg that should be able to crack does not appear to suffer fall damage. But some of the other games have fall damage. What? What? Wait, one life? Oh, no. What happens if I just... No, you just fucking die. Oh, no. Oh. So it's like this, is it? We gotta be perfect. Thank you, Kuma. Okay, there's clearly something up here. Does this fire kill me? It absolutely does. I just cooked my innards. Time to memorize. This was the one you remembered as being the best of them, Hiyari? I've got to say, my best goes quite handily to Boomerang Kid. Boomerang Kid was pretty fun. I can see myself playing Boomerang Kid again. Maybe not on stream, but on my own time. I think Boomerang Kid was pretty good. It's just very unforgiving. It's better than Linus, but that is the lowest bar to clear. Right, this one does seem like it's going to have a lot of puzzles. I just pray it's not too long. The difficulty also seems very high, which I don't mind. You all know that I enjoy hard games. If I go up from here. Yeah. Can I make that jump? Oh my goodness. Some of these jump... Dizzy's jumping kind of wild. I gotta say... It is not at all what I would expect it to be. Does that hurt me? No. Can I climb it, maybe? Though he does roll quite a lot on landing, which I guess makes sense. He is an egg. Can I go through there? I cannot. Excellent at jumping. Boo. Boo. Right, somebody please bring good video games to Great Britain. You'll be a hero. I remember reading, it was some interview with a British games developer who said that they were brought... Okay, don't go up there because it's a fucking trap. But they were brought some Japanese game. I think they were brought, the original Mario Brothers. And said they were blown away because in a lot of British games at the time, a magic pebble, because of the way they were sold, danger, blasting area. Yeah, I do wish we had less high fructose corn syrup. Also, thank you for the follows, Dosku, and thank you, Domo. Didn't want to miss those. Do I have alerts turned off somehow? It might have just come disconnected. Now, what can I use a magic pebble for? But the interview basically said something along the lines of, at the time in the British software industry, they would always put the best level of the game as the first level, and that would be on the demo disc or the shareware disc to try to get people to buy the whole thing, but then the game would kind of fizzle out from there. And they played Mario and they're like, what do you mean it just gets better as you play? What do you mean the game keeps improving? That's stuck with me. I use a magic pebble. With this undead pirate like a magic pebble on his grave. Does not appear so. What about here? The color's different. See, we are going to be entering the what the heck do I do now part of the game. So I've got a magic pebble. What does one do with a magic pebble? There's got to be something in that village. The way Dizzy just kind of like rolls all the way up a tree is really entertaining to me. Game paused. Press A for music, B for sound effects. What do they mean by that? Is it like a sound test? I've got to know. I think it mentioned the magic pebble, but I don't think it said what it did. Let me check again. It says, to start with, you'll only be able to move around a small part. Blah, blah, blah. Objects Dizzy find can be picked up. Maybe under hints. The magic pebble was left by an ancient tribe known to have built strange totem poles. That's not very helpful. But it's something. Makes total sense now. So what does it mean, A for music or B for sound effects? Oh, I can either have music or sound effects. I can't have both. And it's just the soft pitter-patter of Dizzy's feet. There have not been other sounds. Sound effects or this? I gotta think on this one. Thing is, are there sound effects other than Dizzy walking? Not really. There is an item sound effect. Singular one item sound effect. Can't get through there, Dizzy? Well, what's up here? Nope, not that, not that. Right, they clearly have a talent for making games people really want to play. I mean, I can't lie, I've been pretty excited to play this since I decided on it. Okay, so that was a trap up there. Now, do I need to build a totem pole? Oh wait, I just didn't go left from here. Never mind, I might be kind of dumb. That doesn't seem to be it. What's this say? Danger blasting area. So do I need TNT? Is that box an item I can get in some manner? Oh, was that? Nope, that's not a strange totem pole. That's just sprite multiplexing. Oh. Why would it even need to sprite multiplex for that? This is really hard. I am... God. Okay, so all I know is strange totem poles. Does the green of the tree mean something there, or is it just a holdover from the ZX Spectrum where they can't have colors overlap. I think it's probably that, but can't go that way. There has to be something. That's the only hint I got out of the manual, though. Oh, I made that jump. I also can't tell, like, is that just supposed to be a knot in the tree or what? Or is there a jump I should be able to make that I just haven't yet? What if I just YOLO it off the side of the screen here and see what I find? Oh, there was something up there. Someone call the hotline. I'll float you the $5. Trying to see, like, can I drop the item up there? And no. Do I maybe need to build a totem pole with the combination of the rock and the pebble? Oh, I can't even pick up the rock anymore now that it's been used as a solution. Putting the pebble there has done nothing. I got nothing. It's not often a game makes me feel this dumb this quickly. Okay, what about on one of these pebbles, maybe? Nope. In this tree? Nope. I think there's nothing even like approaching being a totem pole. Well, game's over. This is a pirate's grave. That's all I know about that. Just looking for anything that could be considered. Yeah, it could be something else entirely. Now, those cages are death. So I haven't triggered that yet. Can you... Probably can't jump over one, can you? It's the only thing I can think of. I think I visited every platform I can get to. But, like, if I walk through here... No? Okay. Wait, no, I could have gone that way anyway. That just got me money. Maybe this way? Okay, I think... Okay, I figured it out. Got more money. Let's go! I assumed you wouldn't be able to jump through those. A rubber snorkel. Okay. Wow, the item management is awful in this. You have to drop stuff and pick it back up to change the order. And a heavy weight. You would never make this, but would you play it, Woozle? How far can Dizzy jump? Will he break? No, and I got money. Yeah, go ahead, Hiyori. Not even for a sexy egg wife. Come on, Woozle. Don't you want Daisy? Didn't you see her hot egg bod? If you cycle it up by accident, you will die. That's good to know. trying to think of a sexy egg pun. And I'm coming up. Oh, there you go, Woozle. Okay, we're making progress. I feel like the heavy weight I could use here to sink that. Is Daisy a hag? Probably not. I imagine Dizzy and Daisy are both, young folks. Young yoke folk. Oh, got a fish. Damn it! Nothing. Oh. Look, I am merely a small egg, Aaron. Everything means death to me. There is no threat I can survive in this world, except apparently falling from unlimited height. The one thing that I would logically assume would kill an egg. This game is, and it's like my gamer brain can't accept not picking up all of the gold I find. Like, I need to get it. I hate that I feel that way, but I do. You know what I mean? All right. We'll see how long that sentiment lasts, though, the next time I die. I say this one also doesn't control very well. Controls better than Linus, but that's a very small achievement. In fact, I'm having trouble thinking of games that play worse than Linus. And I'm mostly drawing a blank. NES games, I should specify. Oh, excuse me. That's so deeply evil. That trap. Say real, if you don't know, fuck you. Like, absolutely no way you can survive that otherwise. Oh wait, no, I had to go this way, I thought. The Dark Souls of egg games. Has anybody made an egg-based Dark Souls yet, where you, like, end up cracking when you take too much damage? Or some stupid bullshit like that? I'd be shocked if no one had made that yet. Oh, he just kept on rolling. Thought this was the way I needed to go. I have heard Another Crab's Treasure is pretty fun. I've not played it. It looks very silly. Which is not a bad thing, mind, but... how much custom egg-based content? I'm sure, Procione, that somebody would go all out for it. They'd really crack themselves up, you know? There, that's what I was missing. Found the predictably hidden money. Let's get the snorkel. Get the heavy weight. Oh wait, did I drop the snorkel for that? The pebble. God. Okay. Who thought this item management system was acceptable? Acceptable. Who came up with this? Because it's really bad. Oh, no, we've got 10 coins. That means we are, what, 1/3 of the way through the game? In terms of the amount of, like, loot there is to find? So I can't be doing that badly, right? This is cope, by the way. That is heavy copium I'm on. Prescription grade. Alright, we've got a snorkel. Honestly, if the game had a lives system, I would feel a lot better towards it. He does look zooted, Hale. Okay, we've got a snorkel. We can safely go into the water. That's not... Oh! You can't be serious. Oh. That felt bad. I thought I cleared the fish on that jump. I really did. Alright. I'm not gonna try to grab all of the treasure and secret treasure and stuff because at this point that's a waste of time. That is for doing once you know the game. Like inside and out. That's for the experts. Experts. That's for only the most hard-boiled amongst us. It's not for the casual yoke folk. I'm not gonna be tempted. Oh, I'll grab that one though. Maybe that's what Grand Dizzy is, Gale. The grandfather egg. Wait, I forgot to get the snorkel. That's probably what it is, Aaron. They're probably all square-based. Wait, it's glitching. I can't pick the snorkel back up. There we go. Oh, that was about to be some serious horse shit. If that didn't let me pick it back up. It just wasn't working for a second. Alright, it goes a lot quicker if we ignore all the coins. It's a pretty bad inventory system. I don't know if it's the single worst inventory system I've ever seen. Because I've played a lot of games. But this is a pretty bad one. You know what? I'm going to try... Okay, the heavyweight does not break those rocks. Oh my god. You know what? That's fine. The snorkel won't cycle out. And the thing I thought would happen putting the heavy weight on those stones did not sink them. I'm to face my arch nemesis. Some stupid fish. How far out do you swim, Mr. Fishy? Okay, enough that all I had to do was wait. All right, we're really cruising now. Oh, can't jump in there. Oh, I see. That's about as clear as mud, which one of these are platforms and which ones aren't. I can just barely see it. There's a slight textured bottom to some of those. Oh, Lord. I also would have started laughing if the jellyfish got me, so don't feel bad. Hello, Arseny. How you doing? Don't be scared. Embrace the egg. The egg is your friend. The egg might not be my friend. Oh, you were here before? I must have missed you. I apologize. Come on. Oh, I floated all the way to the surface. That's great. Oh. All right, I feel pretty confident now in my pronouncement that of the 4 games on Quattro Adventure, my favorite is by far... Oh, why would you need to be scared of a ban? No need to worry about that. No, of the 4 games on Quattro Adventure, Boomerang Kid is by far my favorite. I can actually see myself going back to that one for fun. No need to apologize. I think in second place, I would probably put Super Robin Hood, just because I very much like the action puzzle platformer layout. Absolutely not friggin' heck. Linus can stay sunken at the bottom of the sea for all I care. Linus Spacehead is easily the worst. I like the puzzle structure of Treasure Island Dizzy, and I think it just needs, like, better collision physics and whatnot. Because I think as a game, he dropped the stupid weights. I'll sing something, Procione. Give me a moment. Let me choose something. You know what? I can just switch the game to sound effects mode. Trying to think if I know any egg-based songs. I do not think I do. Not off the top of my head, at least. Oh, no, this one's for Linus. Eat It has a few egg-based lines. Which Beatles song, Howell, do you have in mind? I could be totally blanking. I am the walrus, true. Oh, this one's for Linus. Are you a big Dizzy fan, Arseny? Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. Ground control to Major Tom. Commencing countdown, engines on. Check ignition and may God's love be with you. This is ground control to Major Tom. You've really made the grade. And the papers want to know whose shirts you wear. Now it's time to leave the capsule if you dare. This is ground control to Major Tom. I'm stepping through the door, and I'm floating in a most peculiar way. And the stars look very different today. For here am I sitting in a tin can, far above the world. Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. You know, he already warned me about that exact thing. How else am I supposed to use the crowbar? Surely I needed to use the crowbar there. Though I'm past 100,000 miles, I'm feeling very still. And I think my spaceship knows which way to go. Tell my wife I love her very much, she knows. Ground control to Major Tom, your circuit's dead. There's something wrong, can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear me, Major Tom? Can you hear? Am I floating around my tin can, far above the moon? Planet Earth is blue, and there's nothing I can do. It's probably Guardians Crusade. Arseny, that would be my guess. Pork roll, egg and cheese. Weezer? The VOD should be on my YouTube, Arseny. If you're not following that, Ween. Okay, I knew it was W-E-E band. Try the exclamation point YouTube command in chat, and that'll give you a link to my YouTube. That's where I upload VODs. So there's a good chance it is saved there. If not, I do have them all saved locally. I just am behind in uploading them. There, that was a song for our good friend Linus Spaceman. Linus Spacehead. Whatever his name is. Detestable little man. So hold on. My cat is scratching quite a lot at my door. I'm going to let him in. Give me one moment. Right, Linus can stay at the bottom of the ocean. especially if it's one Dizzy's in. I hope Dizzy finds him and doesn't give him a snorkel. Sorry about that interruption. I was just cracking my door so my cat can come in. He'd been scratching at it before. All right. Slowly, we are making some progress. Well, that's cool, Aaron. Well, I don't think there was anything up here other than maybe a coin I didn't get yet. No items, I don't think. Yeah, just a coin. Not very important right now. Unless... is there anything... Ah! That's what the 10-ton weight is for. I've made some progress. Maybe I don't need... Oh. Somebody clip that. I was literally just saying I had made progress. And the game very quickly disabused me of that notion. This is evil. I kind of respect it. But holy shit. That's deranged. That's for real sickos. I'm in awe. The audacity to do that in your game. And I knew that's a thing they do because I have to get by that. Oh, it sure is, Panis. Dizzy Egg is a huge franchise in England. It was one of the most popular series of games on home computers. That's not a joke. There's like 5,000 Dizzy games. And some of them got NES ports, none of which were licensed. So this is an unlicensed cartridge by the developer. You know what? I'm sure Dizzy is still kicking around. Have a good one, Arseny. Thank you for coming by. They ate him up. Boo. A lot of people love the ZX Spectrum ones, but... Now, having not grown up with 8-bit British microcomputers, I do not want to be too harsh on them. Do I think this would earn the Nintendo Seal of Quality? Probably. The Nintendo Seal of Quality had nothing to do with its qualities as a game. More just that the software was functional. Which this is. Barely. But I try not to be too harsh on ZX Spectrum games because I'm sure there are many very good ones, and I've seen a lot of them that look really amazing, both from back then and modern ones. Last game, 2020, Wonderful Dizzy. On what platforms did that release, Howl? No, I was jumping. Oh my God. Okay, so it's right past the third tree. God damn it. Right, if Micronix games got the seal, then this definitely would have. And actually, there are some Codemasters developed games that did get proper published versions on the NES, most notably Micro Machines. That game was a fairly big hit. And spawned a whole franchise. Oh, it was a 2020 Specky game. I kind of love that. I mean, I've seen some incredibly impressive both commercial and homebrew games on the Spectrum. Like, I'm not trying to disparage the entire machine's library, because there's hundreds, if not thousands, of games for it. But, that said, I do think a lot of the games were probably not as good as the things I was playing on an IBM PC at the same time. I also think, more than the hardware, British game design of the 80s into the 90s was, I mean, light years behind Japan, but even behind America. And that's saying something, because a lot of American game design at the time was really trash. Now, there have always been... This is the weird thing to me about especially British games on the NES, is they're almost always really well programmed on like a technical level. And some of them I do like as games. Like Wizards and Warriors from Rare is both extremely well programmed. I like it as a game. Captain Skyhawk, also from Rare, extremely well programmed. I love it as a game. But I can't say that of all of them. It is cute, Canria, but it's also deeply maniacal and evil. Is I think the only way to describe it. It also has maybe the worst inventory management system I've ever seen in my life. I swear, if they pull that trap again... But I can't go up that way. Well, now, the Spectrum version of this game would not have looked anything like this. It would have had the typical Spectrum look with the, color clashing, what have you. What's the best inventory system? That's a really good question. I don't know if I have an answer. Because when an inventory system is really good, you tend to not think about it. It's invisible. Right, best depends on what you need it to do. Does the inventory system suit the game? I know some people don't like it at all, but Resident Evil, with its very limited inventory system, suits the gameplay extremely well. Ah, tricky game. A Gravedigger's Spade. Tales games do have some limitations, but that's how you end up at the final boss with, a million apple gels and go, well, what if I need it? Infrared detonator. Okay. What's going on here that we need that? Well, let's go to that blasting site and see if we can do anything with it. We've left our pebble up there. Yeah, but what if you need one of those orange gels? I can't use it. What if I need it later? I fall victim to that mindset very often, and I try to remind myself this was made during the Troubles. I mean, I kind of do love that, Panis, and I'm not being sarcastic, but I also have brain problems. I don't know. I do like the Atelier series quite a lot. There's Danger Blasting Area. Can I use the detonator? No? Or do I need, like, dynamite to use the detonator? Oh my goodness. Getting your jumps right in this game is really hard. Really hard, by the way. If a shovel didn't do anything there, I'm very confused. I've got to wonder... What can I do? Would people be upset if I looked up a guide? Because I do want to try the Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy as well. And it is starting to get late. Damn it. Oh god, I forgot that was there. Honestly, if it gave you even 3 lives and had... if I changed a lot of things about this game, it would be pretty good. I think with a better inventory system and 3 lives, this would go from very frustrating to very fun really quickly. You know? No, not if it were nothing like it. Just, you know, a couple minor tweaks. A little more time for the egg to boil. And then I think we'd really have something here. There's a lot going on that I like. I mean, I like puzzle platformers like this. I think they're a good, fun genre. But couple the kind of, you know, awkward control here. It's not changing the mechanics. That's changing the implementation. Oh, it's because Floop's not here, Wise. I still can't believe that a few people did actually... So you know what? I don't need that magic pebble. Not yet, at least. Let's leave it there. Take our heavy weight. I can't believe a few people did genuinely think that the April Fool's stream I had gotten married. To another VTuber's parent, of all things. It was very funny. We do a little trolling sometimes. It was a good bit. A couple people did genuinely shoot me a DM on Twitter saying congratulations, and I had to say, please check the calendar again. Which was very funny, I've got to say. Yeah, just the inventory system here, especially with the snorkel, that's gonna be a problem. There we go. Well, it's pretty funny, Proche. I mean, when I first started VTubing, a bunch of people just assumed I was married. Which I'm not. A bunch of people just thought I was. I guess I'll take it as a compliment. But I thought that was funny. See, I don't even mind, you know, the way the inventory system works. Thank you, Panis. Except that if you have, you know, something in your inventory that's, I don't know, critical to breathing underwater, like a snorkel, that shouldn't be something you can then just discard by accident. That seems silly. Well, can't go that way, but there is money. Okay, so I think I go this way. Maybe I can dig from the top of the grass? I've not yet looked up a guide. Stubborn pride has me wanting to do this legit. Oh no, I know what the Gravedigger shovel is for. Duh. The game went out of its way to tell me there is a pirate buried watching his treasure. Surely nothing bad will happen if I dig up a pirate who is watching his treasure. I'm sure that hasn't resulted in a bad thing or a curse falling onto somebody ever. But it's the only thing I can think to do, so we're gonna do it. Hookjaw made sure that his grave was made completely impenetrable to grave robbers. So what? That's so mean. You mean I just can't interact with it? Oh, that's funny, Procione. Alright, I'm gonna look up a guide. Okay, Treasure Island Dizzy Quattro Adventure version. Okay, it's got areas in the game. Listed below are all the items in the game, where they're found and what they're used for. This isn't a quote-unquote real walkthrough, but if you piece it together with the coins section and the facts, you should be able to figure out what you need to know. So they didn't even write a walkthrough. Person just said, like, yeah, close enough. Well, let's see what it says. The infrared detonator, place this to the right of the brown square in the blasting area after placing the sticks of dynamite to the right of the gray rock. But I didn't have dynamite yet. Okay, the magic pebble is used in front of a totem pole. I have not found one of those. The Gravedigger spade. Use it on the second grave in the area to the right of the ocean. Doesn't work on Hookjaw's grave. There are a lot. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of items. Well, it's not even a walkthrough. I wonder how different is the NES version from the other versions? Would a walkthrough work on all of them? I feel like I need to just go... Well, I don't need the detonator. But I will make sure my snorkel is in my bottom item slot. We're going to explore the ocean some more. And hopefully not die to this dumb fish. This game could really do with, you know, more than 10 seconds of music. Just my 2 cents there. Right, have I merely asked the sea life not to kill me? Let's see, if we turn on sound effects, are there... There are pretty much no other sound effects. I think somehow the music is still preferable. which I know sounds ridiculous, but okay, the thing I did last time was I drowned trying to use the crowbar. Oh, no! Oh. What I was going to say was I need to go back to land to swap my items around so that the crowbar is over the snorkel and can be used, because there was that rock that obviously needed to be used by the crowbar, but I didn't get the chance to do that. This is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous game. Oh, and why does part of me want to beat it really, really badly? Like, what's up with that? What have video games done to my brain that I feel the desperate need to beat Dizzy? Treasure Island Dizzy. Specifically the NES port. Not, the computer original or any of that. Right, this is the kind of game you would play every afternoon until you eventually, someday, beat it. I do have brain rot. That's for sure. Right, I don't want to lose to a damn egg. I'm better than an egg. Yeah, right, I need to bring Dizzy home to Daisy. What kind of monster would I be if I didn't help Dizzy get home? I'll tell you, the kind that's not stuck playing Treasure Island Dizzy all day. That's not the right way. Right, I'll be boiled and scrambled before I lose to an egg. I wonder how different this game would be with smooth scrolling instead of screen-by-screen implementation for its movement. So I feel like that's what is contributing to a big part of what makes it so tricky. It's the kind of screen-by-screen nature of it. It's also part of what lends to the puzzle design, but I could do without. Really just give me a more sensible inventory, and I'm gonna feel a lot better about this game. The way the inventory is cooked up, it's just makes it really hard to enjoy what otherwise would be, I think, a very clever puzzle adventure game. Whoa, 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 what? Excuse me? A pogo stick. I've got questions. Didn't I read something about a pogo stick in the manual? No! No! I touched fire. I flew too close to the sun. Hold on, what does the pogo stick do? Use this at the official pogo jumping area on the underwater ship to get to the island in the sky. Yeah, that's what it was. It was at the ship. It's like... Am I... Can anybody look up a playthrough and tell me approximately how far into it you think I am? I've got egg brain rot now. Egg caress. Flew too close to the sun indeed. I would not have guessed in a million years that the clouds were a thing you could walk on. Because that's not how clouds work in most video games unless you get a special item. But apparently Dizzy can just do that. You gotta get through New Game 7+. I will be honest, I do love when a game does a New Game Plus and does it well. So I feel like plenty of games have a New Game Plus. Okay, so barely a quarter of the way in is what you're saying, Howell. Want to try at least a little more. Honestly, though, if you just let me choose what items I'm holding when, like, and I didn't have to do a weird cycle through them, I think this would instantly become a much better game. I wonder, has anybody made a ROM hack of Treasure Island Dizzy to make the inventory system make sense? Because if they have, I would actually love to play that version. I think that would actually be fun. Instead of being whatever this is. Instead of being Treasure Island Dizzy. Really, even just let me change the order of items in my inventory. Keep the limit at 3, just let me choose which one goes where. And that instantly would upgrade this game dramatically. Crushing it on the coins right now, though. Jump that. That's so deeply evil. Also not clear to me why this screen exists at all, other than to have me fall down really far by accident. I will say, I can see why Dizzy was a popular franchise and remains so. Also, he's doing his very best, Boniface. How are you? Because especially put in the context of a home computer game, I could see myself, coming home from school and firing up a little bit of, Treasure Island Dizzy and trying to get farther than last time. Just like a little bit. It's like, well, you got homework, so you gotta, This inventory system, however, is absolute garbage. Just as I was trying to compliment the game, you'd rather do homework. Yeah, maybe if you had this instead of, a fun game, you wouldn't like video games. Really, Howell? Which Dizzy game is that, pray tell? Right, but I like the item box system in Resident Evil because it makes sense. Wonderland Dizzy, and you say it came out in 2015 for the NES. Did it have a physical cartridge release? Because if so, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to try it. gonna have to hunt down a copy. Alright, so there's two things I want to try to do. One, I want to get the crowbar and try to pry open that rock that I saw. And then I want to use the pogo stick at the designated pogo stick area. It's pretty funny that that's a thing this game has. This means avoiding these assholes. Way harder than I would have assumed it to be. The official pogo place. Oh! Okay, that's using the pogo stick, I take it. The island in the sky. Fire-resistant suit. Interesting. Okay, now I can rearrange my items. I need... Okay, that's the order I want. This dropped me into the ocean. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. That's exactly where I want to be. Oh. I hope I wasn't supposed to ride that fish guy up. Nope. Okay. The air pockets. Okay. Interesting. Watch the ceiling, like, stalactites be able to kill me. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm trapped down here. I didn't bring the pogo stick. Well. Now Dizzy just gets to contemplate his own mortality for a little bit before I decide to pull the plug on him. Let's enjoy, no, let's enjoy this moment in quiet dignity. Hear his frantic pacing. This is grim. Like, and I can't swim up. Yeah, I didn't bring the pogo stick, so I'm just dead. Well, good night, Dizzy. That's enough, Treasure Island Dizzy, for the time being. Oh, you sure can, Boniface, and you can do it accidentally, to the point that when you get other items underwater, you need to go back into a pocket of air somewhere, either, back on shore, and rearrange your items so that you don't accidentally drop your snorkel. Frankly, is insane. That's a not normal way to design your game. I agree with you. This feels really close to being a genuine great game. No, though we have one other Dizzy adventure to look at. We are not free from this Eggman's spell. So give me one moment here. Let's get some background music. And let me pull up the manual for The Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy. Once wasn't enough. Also, the phone number for help is 1-900-YO-DUDES. Let's see. We recommend you take a 10 to 20 minute break every 2 hours of play. Nah. So, how to play the adventures of Dizzy. Dizzy's girlfriend Daisy has been kidnapped and taken to evil Zack's castle in the clouds. Your job as Dizzy is to find the castle and defeat Zack's. Your adventure begins in front of Dizzy's treehouse high above the forest floor. To start with, you'll only be able to move around a small part of the map because you are stopped from going further by different puzzles. As you solve these puzzles, more and more of the map will gradually open up, revealing more new puzzles. She's been poached. No, this one's on a separate cartridge, Woozle. This one's on a... Nope, that's not it. That's Athena. That's even worse. Hold on, I have... Oh, that's the Quattro adventure. I don't have the box art. Oh, hello, Dot. What were you up to? Welcome on in, Raiders. Am I going to get all 100 stars? I only just started reading the manual. I just gave up on Treasure Island, Dizzy, because it was breaking my brain. Wizards and Warriors, then Batman. That's a great one, too. Those are two of the very best games. But welcome on in, Raiders. If you don't know me, my name is Professor Bloom. I am a teacher. I do a lot of singing, organize a VTuber choir, and play lots of retro games on real hardware. Ooh, Genesis Batman. Not a choice favorite of mine. I thought you meant Sunsoft NES Batman. Not the Genesis one. Now, Bilbo, I understand you have committed to beating several Dizzy games. I need to ask, how many of you here are Dizzy knowers or Dizzy enjoyers? Because I was thoroughly humbled by Treasure Island Dizzy. I've been playing the Quattro Adventure cartridge, which I've got to say, I think Boomerang Kid was my favorite of all of the games on that. Boomerang Kid was not very good. Also, I just realized the opening 3 paragraphs here are all exactly the same as the other Dizzy game, but there are 100 spinning stars, representing 1 magic unit each in this one. Am I going to make my next game thesis on Dizzy? I feel like as an American, I am not allowed to have very strong opinions about Dizzy Egg. I feel like that's reserved for the British in the audience. I am trying to better understand British gaming, knowing that Dizzy was and is a big deal there. Also, how'd you like Wizards and Warriors, Dot? Because that was a game, as a kid, I did not like it at all. And coming back to it as an adult, I ended up having a ton of fun with it. I don't know why I hated it so much as a kid. I think it was the floaty jumping. Also, thank you for the follow, Sepulchre Time. Let's see, hints and tips. An example problem and how to solve it. Later on in the game, high in the treehouse, there is a platform which is too high to jump onto. Attached to this platform is a rope and a hook. At another part of the map close by, there is a weight. You can pick up the weight, take it to the treehouse, attach it to the hook, and bring the ramp down to where you can jump on it. Very logical. Are they going to put Dizzy Egg in Fortnite? Baxter Crook. They should do that. How to play the sliding swapping puzzle. If you come across one of these, there's a bonus life to be had if you can solve it before the egg timer runs out. Of course it's an egg timer. You'll see a flashing square over the top left block of the scroll. You can move this up, down, left, or right using your control pad. Press and hold the A button whilst pushing in a direction to swap the square you are on with the adjacent square. Watch out for some variations on this puzzle. You'll have to work them out for yourself. Also, thank you for the follow, Saya-chan. And how to use the rope. The rope is handy for getting across chasms, which are too wide to jump. Unfortunately, there has to be a hook over the chasm for Dizzy to attach his rope. Put Dizzy in a good position by starting his swing, and then use the rope by pushing your B button while the rope is in any space on your Objects Held window in the bottom panel. Oh, so it's still doing the 3-item thing. Okay. Can I change their order in the inventory without dropping all of my items? I do not know. Ooh, this is what I want. This is the story. So, the story so far. Before the arrival of Zax, the land of the Yoke Folk was a peaceful and safe place. It's exactly the same as Treasure Island Dizzy. Let's go! But the land of the Yoke Folk was a peaceful and safe place, full of gentle wonder and friendly creatures living together side by side in friendship. The Yoke Folk were the friendliest and most curious of the creatures in the land. They were strange and charming with oval bodies and hard exterior shells. They wore bright red gloves and boots by which they could always be recognized, and lived in a small treetop village of wooden huts in a forest not far from the diamond mines. Why do eggs live in trees? Right, NES games, always with the evil whiz-biz. Their days were spent wandering the forest and mining precious diamonds, led by a council of wise and respected elder Yoke Folk. The diamonds were traded with trolls in the local town of Keldor for all the things that the Yoke Folk could not make for themselves. So it had been for as long as anybody could remember, until that fateful day when a dark and brooding stranger came to the land. He wore a long black cloak, which disguised his stumpy body. He had a black pointed hat that hung down to shade his glowing eyes. I don't know if this is the same one that also came out on the Genesis, but the NES definitely has at least two Dizzy games, Yoshi Mallow, because this is the second one I'm playing tonight. Also, it's not very nice of them to just describe the wizard as Stumpy. Though I love the art of him there. So hold on, I can get us a little better look at the manual here. Hold on. There we go. The wizard Zax, for that was the stranger's name, set himself up in the castle of Keldor and summoned the head of the Yoke Folk to meet him there to discuss the Yoke Folk's diamonds. Grand Dizzy volunteered to travel to the castle and explain their terms of trading to Zax. It's an enhanced version of this one. Okay. The meeting took place in the Grand Hall of the Castle of Keldor, where Grand Dizzy found Zax sitting on an immense throne surrounded by trolls dressed in armor and clutching axes. Until now, the trolls had been friends of the Yoke Folk. Ooh, what kind of voice? Should I give the wizard my favorite, like, Dr. Claw voice to do? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Hold on. I doubt we'll have any story in game, so I want to do this now. Also gonna throw reverb on for it.
Welcome. I am the great wizard, Zax.
See, I think he probably is, but he's trying to make himself sound cooler, Boniface. Also, the reverb was in effect.
The voice is not.
I can just do that. It's very fun.
Welcome. I am the great wizard, Zax.
His words seemed more of a warning than an introduction. Grand Dizzy introduced himself as the leader of the Yoke Folk and made clear their willingness to trade peacefully.
I had in mind a different kind of arrangement altogether.
Zax paused, as if in deep concentration.
I wonder how many diamonds the Yoke Folk will give in return for the safe return of their leader. Guards, seize him.
Grand Dizzy, who had been ready for trouble from the start, spun around and ran for the door as if his life depended on it, which it probably did. The guards rushed to block his escape, but Grand Dizzy still had a trick or two up his sleeve, and somersaulted over the heads of the clumsy and unexperienced guards. I got to an island in the sky, Hiyori, and I unstopped a rock with the saltwater crossbow and then realized I didn't have the pogo stick anymore and died in a water cave at the bottom of a ditch. I didn't have the pogo stick and couldn't get out. So Dizzy had to walk around and contemplate his own mortality before taking off the snorkel and resigning himself to his fate. As Grand Dizzy made good his escape, he could hear Zax's voice sounding inside his head.
You'll regret this day. One way or the other, I'll make you and your yoke folk pay for this.
From that day on, the yoke folk lived in fear of Zax and what he might do. Tales were heard of Zax building a great cloud castle high up in the sky. The work was being done with ancient magic and the labor of his new slaves, the trolls. For a while, nothing happened. Then one day, somewhere in the forest, a group of 5 young yoke folk were out egg-venturing. "Hey, Denzel, Daisy, wait for me, guys," complained Dozy sleepily. "Come on, hurry up. If you get any slower, you'll be standing still," called Daisy without even looking back. Dizzy, the eldest, stopped and waited for his sleepy friend. He remembered his mother's words of warning as they had left the village. "Dizzy, don't go too far and make sure everyone's back well before dark. You're old enough to be responsible for the younger children now." Dylan stopped to smell a large yellow flower. "Hey man, maybe we should take a rest here. It's so lovely with the sun's rays shining on the fresh meadow grass and the gentle sound of the sparkling swift river." "Yo, dudes, check it out. This is one happening place," joked Denzel, adjusting his sunglasses and looking as unconcerned as ever. Look at Denzel. He is so cool. He's got a Walkman, he's got shades, he's got a ball cap. 10 out of 10, no notes. "I think this would be a good place to have something to eat," suggested Dora hopefully, holding up the picnic basket she'd been carrying. She did her best to look faint with hunger. "Well, okay," exclaimed Dizzy, "but we're not stopping for long. We'll never find the dragon's cave at this rate, and we don't want to be out after dark," he added to himself, thinking of Zax and his evil castle now almost complete. If Denzel just had a pack of cigs, that would be too much even for this. "Excellent," exclaimed Denzel, looking at the river. "If only I'd brought my flippers, I could go for a swim." "Oh," exclaimed Dora as a frog jumped from the grass. "How ugly." She shrank away from its slimy touch. Dylan disagreed. "It's lovely, man. All animals are lovely if you look at them in the right way." "I don't see how anyone could think that was lovely," snorted Dora disbelievingly. "No, I think it's still Daisy, Woozle." They were both interrupted by Dizzy pointing. "Look at those dark clouds over there. That's strange." Mysterious dark shapes were forming in the sky. The young group watched in fascination. "Yo, I never seen anything like that before," exclaimed Denzel, jumping up. Dora cowered. "I don't like this, Dizzy. I'm scared." Daisy agreed. She held on tightly to Dizzy's hand. "Dizzy, let's go home." "Yeah, there's Daisy." "I think that's an excellent idea." Dizzy was now very worried himself. "Come on, Dozy, wake up," said Dizzy, shaking Dozy, who was, to no one's surprise, asleep. What's happening?" muttered Dozy as he forced his eyes open and squinted at the light. "Yo, no time to explain," answered Denzel, helping him up. The friends turned and ran for home. These were no ordinary clouds. Their strange and growing shapes started to block out the sunlight. "It's getting darker," gasped Daisy. "It'll be pitch black before we get home." "Ow!" shouted Dozy from behind them. A bird swooped down from a tree straight into him, knocking him to the floor. "It attacked me," he said, looking around for more assailants. "Don't be silly, Dozy. Why would it want to hurt you?" asked Dora. "It's just frightened," she added. "Ah, help me! Help me!" screamed Daisy. Dizzy spun round just in time to see Daisy lifted off her feet and carried away by 4 more flapping, squawking birds. "Daisy! Daisy!" he shouted helplessly, chasing after her. The birds were headed over the forest. Dizzy chased after them as fast as he could. Soon he left the cries of his friends far behind. No matter how quickly Dizzy ran, the birds kept getting further away. They flew high up towards the densest part of the strange clouds. Exhausted and stumbling, Dizzy didn't see the open mouth of a disused mine shaft. He tumbled headlong into it. How long is this story? Good Lord. Also, I don't like that. I do not like Pokey the Fluffle there. his arms, he really just has hands coming out of his torso? Head? Bad things. In the dark, he could do nothing but listen to his girlfriend's fading calls for help. He was confused and dazed from his fall. Finally, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Dizzy dreamed of Daisy's pet Fluffle, and who would look after it now that Daisy was gone? The evil wizard Zax looked out from his castle in the clouds. He had unleashed his most awesome spell ever. Across the land, the night grew darker. All that had been good and kind now turned to evil. In the Yolkfolk village, dark shapes and evil creatures drew near. The next morning, Dizzy woke alone and cold. In the light of day, it was easy to climb out of the mine shaft. Above the trees, he could see smoke curling into the clear sky from the direction of the Yolkfolk village. Dizzy started to run. As he rounded the last corner and the village came into view, he stopped and stood in shocked amazement. He gazed across what had once been their safe and cozy village. Smoke rose from several smoldering mounds, which was all that was left of the huts on the forest floor. They'd all been flattened, wiped out, devastated. Nothing stirred. Crack! Thud! Dizzy spun around expecting some horrible creature, but only found Grand Dizzy. He lay dazed where he had fallen to the forest floor. Dizzy rushed to help him. "It was awful," moaned Grand Dizzy. "The trolls in armor with axes and burning torches. Everybody fled. I hid and waited for you and your friends," he gasped. "Where are they?" Dizzy told Grand Dizzy what had happened to him and his friends. Why would the trolls do this? Dizzy asked himself. They wouldn't want to harm us. I do like how Rockwart the troll looks, though. Dizzy knew... Come on, how are you going to spell "knew" wrong in your manual game? Dizzy knew the answer to his own question. He remembered the birds the night before. Zax had turned the land to evil. Why are the oak folk still good? Why aren't we evil like the birds? Maybe it's our thick shells, he thought. Really? That's all you got? Zax's spell couldn't penetrate our minds. So that's why Zax built his castle in the sky. Without a shell, even Zax had to hide from his own evil spell high in his cloud castle. Dizzy kept these thoughts to himself. He was worried about Grand Dizzy, who grew weaker and weaker every second. This is why spell check isn't the end-all and be-all, class. I don't think we should stand around in the open. They may come back. Wearily, he helped Grand Dizzy up to his treehouse, undamaged, high in the forest. All the time he was thinking of Daisy and the birds that had taken her away into the sky. That was how Dizzy found himself alone in the land of the Oak Folk. There was no way of knowing what had happened to his friends, and Grand Dizzy was badly in need of medicine. Dizzy decided it was up to him to find his friends. Maybe with their help he could rescue Daisy from Zax's cloud castle. Dizzy was sure the evil birds had taken her there. Rest here, Grand Dizzy. There's something I must do. And now we've got Dizzy's friends. The good magician, Theodore. This is the guy who can give you an extra life if you complete a sliding puzzle. Why is that phrasing so funny? Like, oh, this guy? Yeah, he can give you an extra life. And we've got Seamus the Leprechaun. Things are never boring while this happy Irishman is around. So he's not a Yolkfolk. That's just what they think Irish people look like. Okay. The Shopkeeper. This angry character drives a hard bargain, but you'll need to meet his terms before you can complete the game. Prince Clumsy. Tries hard, but rarely succeeds. Poor guy. Just look at him. Blackheart the Pirate. Mean, evil, and nasty. That's how his friends describe his good points. We've got some more Dizzy art. And then the same spiel about David and Richard Darling. All right, it's time. Let's plug this game in. Play it. Sorry, Treasure Island Dizzy has just been plugging away in the background this whole time. Let us swap cartridges here. Farewell Quattro Adventures. You had at least one game I thought was fun. That cartridge has a death grip. Hold on. There we go. And now, Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy. And let's hope I don't need to flip the dip switch on the back of the cartridge. Oh, almost. There we go. Oh, maybe not. Whoa. It's trying real hard. Okay, now things look okay. There we go. The Fantastic Adventures of Dizzy. Daisy's been captured by the evil wizard Zax. Only Dizzy is brave and clever enough to rescue her from a terrible fate. All right, we're dizzying now. Okay, fruit restores my health, I assume. I can jump around. Okay, you pick up the keys just like you do in every other Dizzy game. Oh, and the key has to leave your inventory for you to use it. I think I understand. No, this is the same inventory system, Aaron. I don't even know what that thing is. It doesn't even tell me the names of them. Plank of wood. A large, strong plank of wood. Okay. Well, we've got scrolling, so we're already vastly more advanced. Oh, there. Oh dear. I have multiple lives? Oh, this is premium software. Also, Dizzy controls much better than in Treasure Island Dizzy. That's the key for Denzil's elevator. It's almost like a real video game this time. The spider was just there to be a dick. And the music changes? What is this? A tasty-looking cooked chicken. Hello, friend. I wasn't trying to give you these things. I'm trying to speak with you. Is that something I'm able to do? Right, we don't have to choose between sound effects or music. I apparently don't know how to use a ladder, though. Look at that. We're 3 stars in already. There's only 97 left. I'm going to beat this in no time. Is that not Denzil's elevator? Where does the key for the elevator go? Oh, that's the key for the ground elevator. Oh, I used the large, strong plank of wood, however. Oh, I'm almost dead. Is that one not the... Oh, there we go. Can I use this elevator freely now? Or was that a one-time only deal? That seems like a bad deal, if so. Oh no, you just need to hit B. Never mind. You know, this music is extremely British NES game. Hey, thank you for the follow, Yoshimallow. Can I not talk to you, friend? I cannot. I also don't know how to use a ladder. Hocus pocus. Oh, what the hell? Oh. Can I start doing the puzzle, or are you still mixing it up? Oh, Lord. Oh, wow, the interface for this is dreadful. I mean, really, really bad. Well, I didn't see the order it was in. No way I'm completing this. Cola, thank you for joining, everybody. Your presence is always appreciated. Hey, just in time. Hocus pocus, busy wizzy, conjure up another dizzy. Oh, Jesus. That's a deeply unsettling way to show a one-up. I didn't like that at all. Oh, scarf down the fruit. Oh, good Lord. He scrambled my ass. He jumps if I jump, I see. Would you like a tasty chicken, perchance? Nope. I want to see if he wants a chicken. Oh my god. This inventory is so bad. It is 100% every bit as bad as the other game. It is in fact identical. He did in fact want a succulent chicken. Well, that one doesn't. Oh, no, he can move. He just had been choosing not to. An empty medicine bottle. Oh, okay. The fruit heals you. Also, you all can't see it very well. You might see a tiny bit of it at the bottom left corner of the screen. But there is some wild stuff going on in the overscan area here. So why do I feel like the fruit that heals me is going to be extremely limited and never ever respawn? This seems like the kind of game to have a finite amount of healing from the get-go. I suspect strongly that will be the case. Oh, they gotta calm down with this music. Is my intuition perhaps correct? They gotta cool it with this music. We do not need arpeggiation to simulate polyphonics. The NES can just play multiple sounds at once. I know that's a novel concept for developers of the games on the ZX Spectrum. But I promise you have the technology. You don't have to do this. How's my life? Let's eat that fruit. May as well. Okay, that's Dizzy's house. There are some cherries up there. I'll leave those there. Oh, good Lord. It's really going for it with that, isn't it? No, though, I will say, to this game's credit, compared to Treasure Island Dizzy, this one feels like a real video game. Like one that I would even play on purpose. I assume I just can't walk by that guy. Not loving these spiders. I can tell you I'm definitely not finishing this tonight because it is quite late. And I try my best to maintain my sleep schedule throughout the year. What have I picked up now? This is the best Dizzy you've played so far. A bottle of Snappy Weed Killer. Oh, that's for that thing up there. I mean, that's pretty much what they were, Aaron. I'm trying really, really hard to be sympathetic towards these games because I know they are, like, the treasured gaming memory of an entire country and generation. And I don't want to just, shit on them. But, that said, a long length of tough rope. Things like the inventory system in this game are... Yeah, they were very cheap. Most Spectrum games were. These were not, like the $40 retail games we were used to. What's this one? Denzil's door key. It's my duty and right to be hypercritical of the British. I mean, I will say, of Treasure Island Dizzy, I really like the idea of it and the kind of, you can totally use that visual effect of collecting a star despawns enemies. That's so funny. That's so funny. I am absolutely going to take advantage of that as much as I can throughout this adventure. Not loving the spiders' general behavior patterns, but, it totally despawns them. Treasure Island Dizzy was mean. Like, it delighted in causing me grief in ways that, granted, are really funny, so I don't actually mind that much. Well, I was specifically trying to not pick that up, but that's okay. We have another key. I just really feel like these need a different inventory system. Grand Dizzy's door key. I mean, the pogo stick trap was hysterical. I would do that. You also got to keep in mind that the brothers, whatever they were called, Darling Brothers, something like that, were really very, very young when they started their games development career. So they were probably just being like a cheeky little shit and going like, this'll show them, and coming up with just ludicrous traps for no reason other than, well, it's really funny. You know what I mean? Well, guess I'm not supposed to go that way. Oh no, of all of them that... Say of all of them as if I've played more than just Treasure Island Dizzy. This one feels a lot more like a polished, complete video game. And I would go so far as to say, this is pretty fun to play. Is this one friendly? He is. Yeah, they were 20 when they made the first Dizzy. That tracks. That's very much in line with how it feels. And I don't mean that disparagingly. Wait, what? Oh no, that's the snappy weed killer. I just really think a different item system would go a really long way in these games. Last life. Oh no. By the star count, I am approximately 1/10 of the way through the game, however. That's... Okay, so that was Dizzy 2, you're saying. So right, that... And when I think of it as a basically single-screen computer puzzle game, it makes a lot of sense. You know? Oh, I didn't see that guy at all. That's some tough rope. I think really this is just begging for better inventory management. It's really hard to see some of those enemies. I like that there's apparently a day-night system. That's kind of neat. Like, that's pretty cool. I don't expect that of a game from this era. There had certainly been other games that had done that, but it wasn't common yet. I swear I can make that jump. Come on, Dizzy, you can do it. I knew I could do it. But that's Daisy's house. '13th Dizzy game. He's a bit scrambled right now. There we go. Excuse me, what? Well. You know, it is almost midnight. I am going to call it an early night. That was a good start. I'm absolutely going to play both Dizzy games again because I really want to beat Treasure Island Dizzy because I feel like it owes me money. More than Super Robin Hood, more than Linus Shithead, and Linus Spacehead. Is that even his name? Spacehead. Linus was abysmal. I liked Boomerang Kid. Boomerang Kid was quite fun. And the Dizzy games, I'm intrigued. I want to know more. I want to get better. And this one especially feels like a real video game that I can have fun playing. Instead of whatever Treasure Island Dizzy is. Which is an axe I'm going to grind until I can win. But I know it's only been 4 hours. I'm going to call it a fairly early night tonight. Rest of the week, Wednesday, normal time, 6 p.m. Eastern, I am continuing Simulacrum, which is an amazing new megawad for Doom 2 by mappers Myolden and Moomy. And Friday, 6 o'clock, Friday's when the Olympics kick off. So I've got a bunch of NES sport and Olympic games to look at, including Snoopy's Silly Sports Spectacular, the track and field games, a weird Capcom Olympics game from 1992, and some other silly ones like World Games. It's going to be a very fun sporting event type evening, but that's going to do it for me tonight. Let us find somebody into whom we can Dizzy raid. Dizzy Egg Raid. It's really nice, Aaron. Yeah, thank you, Bilbo. I might pick your brain about Dizzy a little bit later because I would love to know more. Especially, you know, other versions that there are out there that I can play. Look, everybody has stadium events. It's world-class track meet. But I'm not doing any power pad games because that wouldn't really work very well the way I have stream set up right now. Maybe once I've got my basement put back to rights again, because it is currently all torn up because there was a flood there quite recently. My hot water heater exploded. What I really want to get that I need space for is the Laser Birdie Get in the Hole Super Famicom Golf Swing Simulator. where you swing an actual golf club and it tracks your swing and translates it into actual golf physical gameplay type stuff. I desperately want that. There is one on eBay currently for about $450. They are genuinely very rare. Only about 5,000 were ever made. There is one video of one on YouTube from 17 years ago, and it doesn't even show the actual swinging of the club. I'm very tempted to save up and buy it, because if I did, I could be the only actual gameplay footage of it online. Because I could very easily set up my model for 3D tracking, so you could actually watch my real golf swing, translated via the Super Nintendo. There were later things on home consoles that did that, like the Real Track golf system on the PS2. I don't have that either, though that's a lot easier to find and much cheaper, because it wasn't an obscure Japan-only peripheral from 1994. I'm so tempted to get one. It'd be the worst financial decision I could make, especially right now that I don't have anywhere to put it because my entire basement is torn up. But that's going to be it for me tonight. We are going to find somebody into whom we can Dizzy Egg raid. Let me see who is online right now who would appreciate such a thing. I know who would appreciate such a thing. We're going to raid into Eltriok, because Eltriok is a super cool guy. He is an alien learning about Earth culture through retro video games. And I think Eltriok would appreciate Dizzy. But thank you, everybody, for coming tonight. I had a great time. Eltriok's currently playing Mega Man Battle Network, which feels weirdly topical given the big, service outage a lot of Windows machines experienced. That's going to be it for me tonight. I don't have more Dizzy Egg in me just yet. It will go back on my schedule at some point in the future because I do want to play more of it. I did actually have fun. And in my downtime, I probably will play more Boomerang Kid because it's weirdly addictive. But that's going to be it for me tonight. Everybody, go say hi to Eltriok. Be cool, and I will see you on Wednesday. Good night.